Bonsoir. Good evening, everyone. Welcome. I will now call the public meeting to order. Madame la Greffière.
Your Worship, all public meetings of Moncton City Council are simultaneously translated. Hearing devices are located at the entrance to council chambers. You have the right to address City Council in the official language of your choice. Meetings are also simulcast in both languages on our YouTube channel and can be found on our city website at moncton.ca. If you have registered with the city clerk's office prior to the agenda deadline, 7 days prior to the meeting, you will be given 5 minutes for your presentation. All other presentations will be given 2 minutes. You will receive a reminder when 1 minute is remaining. Un service d'interprétation simultané est offert durant nos réunions. Vous avez le droit de parler dans la langue.
Simultaneous translation is provided in all of our meetings. You have the right to speak in the language of your choice. You can find the equipment at the front of the room. The meetings are simulcast in both languages on the City of Moncton's YouTube channel and on our website at moncton.ca. If you have registered with the city's clerk office prior to the agenda being published, which is 7 days before the meeting, you will have 5 minutes for your presentation. All other presentations will be given 2 minutes. You will receive a 1 minute reminder when you have a minute left. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. We have an agenda before us.
There are none. Donc, I need a mover and a seconder. Donc, Conseiller Crossman, do you wish to move? Conseiller Legendre, do you wish to second? Donc, any questions? So on the question, all those in favor, it's a manual vote. So please raise your hands. It's unanimous. Oui, tout le monde est d'accord. Madame la Greffière.
Conflict of interest separation.
Are there any conflicts of interest? Oh, excusez-moi, conseiller Richard.
Councillor Richard. Inaudible to the interpreter. Thank you, Mr. Councillor Richard.
Conseiller Bourgeois.
Councillor Bourgeois.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Maire.
Thank you, Your Worship. I noticed something in the agenda. It doesn't bother me if we proceed this way, but we have a new resolution for the election of the new mayor. And we all have a resolution before us, but it seems that we already have in our procedures a guideline that says that if someone wants to present themselves to be mayor, and if the sitting mayor will recuse themselves officially, we don't have to go through 12.2. So we would need Mrs. Thériault to declare if she wants to run for mayor and that she is in a conflict of interest and that she should recuse herself when we get to point 12.2. So under conflicts of interest, you would like me to declare it? If you have the intention to run, yes, but if you don't, but everyone here would be in a conflict of interest if they wanted to run for mayor. So it's really a point of order here. If that's the case, then yes, I think one should declare their intentions to run. And when we get to the election portion, those who sit around the table who would like to run for mayor should recuse themselves. I don't know why we have this resolution here. It's the first time in 15 years at council that I've seen such a resolution that says that we need a resolution requiring the sitting mayor to recuse themselves. I understand that we have extraordinary circumstances, but we do have a procedure that states how to operate. Thank you, Councillor Bourgeois.
I think the issue here is not so much having the deputy mayor not chair that portion of the meeting, but it's deciding who will sit in place, because we could have others, like you say, who could be seeking nomination also. So the idea is that an elected official who is not seeking nomination as deputy mayor would then take the chair. So that's for council.
But that's what the procedure calls for. If the mayor steps down, the deputy mayor steps up.
But if the but if Councillor Crosman as the appointee or alternate also would be seeking a deputy mayor's nomination, then it has to be somebody else.
We're going through the hoops. Okay, all right. Merci.
Merci. So I don't need to declare a conflict of interest now?
It's not a conflict of interest
Okay,
under
c'est
the Local
beau.
Governance Act. No.
Parfait. Merci. Merci, Nick.
Perfect. Thank you, Nick. Madam Clerk, Councillor Butler.
Just so we can get this straight, because I'm still a little confused about this. Do we have to have this vote, or can we not just leave it the way it is, right the way it is there now? With Deputy Mayor Terrio acting mayor and Councillor Crosman acting as the alternate. Can we not just do that without going all through this?
So according to our procedural bylaw, we have to have an election of a deputy mayor every year, and it occurs at this meeting. How council chooses to do that process would be up to council. So we have laid out for council's information in your package. There was a memo which basically outlined the process that we've used in the past for that process. If somebody wanted to make a motion simply appointing Deputy Mayor Terrio for another year and appointing Councillor Crosman as the alternate, that could be done also. I think that would satisfy the legislative requirements that we have. But
Okay, I shall move that motion. Would you I'd like to get this get this over with.
So we would move the election item up and we would proceed now. Is that what you're?
Yes, but mine would be that we just leave it the way it is that we have right now, is that you would be continue as acting mayor and Councillor Crosman would be the alternate if you're out, and that just way we could get this done with, over with, and get on with the agenda.
So I guess we would need two motions there. One would be to move that item up
Okay,
at the start of the agenda, and then the second motion would be Councillor
Yes.
Butler's actual motion.
okay. So my first motion would be to move it up
Okay.
at the beginning.
So do I need yes, I need a seconder for that. So who wishes to second? Councillor Richard, so seconded. So we'll do the vote on this one. So, all those,
In favor?
any questions on this? No? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand.
Passes.
And opposed, please raise your hands. Donc, Conseiller Leblanc and Conseiller Adjet. Okay,
Councillor LeBlanc and Councillor Edgett, noted.
To my motion is that we'd leave it, I don't know how you would, maybe Nick could give the wording, but we can just leave it the way it is. How would you word that motion?
Well, I guess, what do we have here? I guess we have it up there
Oh,
right now.
say amount to approve the continuation of mayor's and the roles of mayor. Yep, that'd be great. I'll move that.
so moved by Conseiller Butler, seconded by Conseiller Richard.
Yeah.
Any questions? Je vois pas. Conseiller Adjet, oui.
I would like to move to divide that motion, please.
Okay. So how do we proceed to divide? So do we have a seconder? So how do you want to divide? So you would, please,
For the two different positions?
okay. So
Deal with this one
are you
first.
seconding the motion, Conseiller Leblanc? So seconded, so the motion to divide.
I don't
so
understand what you're dividing.
The two decisions.
two decisions,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Yep.
appoint the alternate.
That's fine.
So what is wish of council? So could we vote on to divide?
Correct.
So, Conseiller Bourgeois,
Daniel, just go along with it. Gee.
Merci, Madame la Maire. J'ai rien.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have nothing against the motion in principle, but I think we should give other people the opportunity to run for mayor and give them the opportunity to speak. Now, if no one speaks up now,
Moi, je suis pas intéressé, là, mais.
I'm not interested in running for mayor myself.
Okay, so we have two motions. We have one to divide,
To divide.
and we have the motion to, I'm lost in this, so I need some.
So
Nick,
the first motion would be the motion to divide this into,
Okay.
into two items. So you would need did we have a seconder? I didn't.
yes, we do.
catch
We have
that.
a second.
Okay, so that would be the first vote.
Okay, so we will vote on that motion. So all those in favor of separating the two, raise your hands. Conseiller Leblanc, Conseiller Legendre, did you raise your hand? Oui. And Conseiller Adjet. So 3 votes. So the motion fails.
Okay, so now you go back to my motion.
So now we go back to the original motion, which would we read is it on the? Pardon. Tu peux le lire si tu veux, oui. So is everyone comfortable with the motion? Everyone has read the motion?
Mhm.
So could we have the vote on this motion, please? Don't, all those in favor signify by
No, we-
saying aye.
There's a vote.
Yeah, you gotta go.
Oh, it's another. Okay, so, merci. So all the votes are in? Is that correct? Yes, so it is, no, Conseiller Leblanc, Conseiller Adjet voted against, so the motion passed. Donc, merci à tous les collègues.
Thank you to all of the colleagues who voted in favor. Madam Clerk?
The adoption of minutes, adoption des procès verbal, regular public council meeting, February 18th, 2025. Is there a mover and a seconder?
So, conseiller, je vois pas, là, il n'y a pas de lumière. Conseiller Kingston, do you wish to speak?
I can't see who'd like to speak. There are no lights. Councillor Kingston, would you like to speak?
Conseiller Kingston, moi, je sais pas comment.
Councillor Kingston, I don't know how to, he's not there.
A mover
Wait,
and a
we're
seconder
having-
for the minutes? Kingston.
Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder for the minutes. So on the vote, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Okay. Is this show of hand again or
And
show of hand?
Yeah.
Could we have a show of hand, please? Oh, it's unanimous. Merci.
there are no consent agenda. Next is the public and administration presentation. And first up is Peter McKee Community Center update by Donna Eagles.
So we will hear the two presentations. You have both 5 minutes each, and then council will be provided the time to ask questions. Merci, go ahead and welcome.
Security in our city on behalf of the Peter McKee Community Food Center, Moncton's Food Bank, located at 475 St. George Street. Our annual operating budget is 1.2 million. We receive an annual grant from the City of Moncton and the Province of New Brunswick, which represents approximately 14% of the funding required to maintain our operation. The remainder comes from grant applications, sponsorships, general donations, and fundraising activities. Our greatest challenge regarding fundraising is the common misunderstanding that the Peter McKee Center Center receives regular funding from the very popular and successful Food Depot Elementaire 50/50 Gold Rush Draw, which in fact is not the case. That said, our relationship with FDA is an important one, as they do provide approximately 60% of the food or products we require. The rest comes from food drives, donations, our community food recovery program, or must be purchased due to the specific type of food needed, or when basic food staples are very low, like we are currently experiencing. We serve upwards of 1,700 families, representing upwards of 5,000 individuals every month. In the last year, we completed well over 25,000 food bank appointments, averaging between 120 to 175 every day, and it's growing. Our client base comprises of single-person households, 2 or more person households, and multiple families living together sharing household expenses. It includes non-working, 1 and 2 working parent families, at-risk youth, university students, and seniors. Almost half of new clients every week are newcomer families with permanent resident status and/or international students representing over 20 different cultures, which makes communication at the center at times difficult for those who do not speak either French or English. International families also tend to be much larger, and we are serving families now that have 4, 5, 6, and even 7 children. These, as well as other clients, also have unique nutritional needs requiring food that is not provided by FDA, food drives, or donations, and therefore must be purchased. Things like halal, vegan, celiac, gluten-free, and vegetarian options, as well as infant food and supplies. Although we focus on providing food and personal care products to clients, we also provide other on-site services and programming. Our community garden has 120 garden boxes and a greenhouse with another being added this summer, which extends our growing season. Volunteer organizations are exposed to urban gardening, with many starting their own at-home gardens. Last year, this is exciting, almost 4,200 pounds of fresh produce was harvested and provided to our clients. Our full-service eye care clinic provides free eye exams and glasses to clients who qualify who do not have eye care health coverage. Several of our clients have skirted blindness because of this program, one being a taxi driver, which has recently been offered to other organizations in our community. Junior chef cooking classes for youth between the ages of 6 and 15, as well as adult learn to cook classes happen in our Medavie Community Kitchen, and every week we prepare ready-made meals for Youth Quest, Rehab's Refuge, and seniors living alone. We're expanding our community food recovery program, and with the support of our local retail and transportation sectors, ensure that near to expire or slightly damaged food is retrieved and repurposed. Last month, we collected almost 22,000 pounds of food and products, which we share with 6 other local organizations: Ray of Hope Soup Kitchen, St. George Anglican Soup Kitchen, Humanity Project Soup Kitchen, House of Nazareth Homeless Shelter, Harvest House, and Caring Kitchen. Our largest community project, the annual Peter McKee Community Food Center Christmas Box Program, occurs during December as part of our 30 Days of Community Caring, where over 500 volunteers come together to build and deliver a 2-box holiday food delivery for up to 1,800 families. With limited staff, we engage our community as much as we possibly can and depend heavily on 107 dedicated regular volunteers who really keep our center going. Many businesses also support us through their volunteer days and provide food, funds, and helping hands. And finally, thank you for listening, thank you for caring, and most importantly, thank you for helping us support those in need in our community.
Thank you, Donna. Merci.
Up next is BMHS Reach for the top team qualified for nationals in Calgary. Natasha LeBlanc is here to present.
Sarah Hackett's here to present.
My apologies.
I'm Sarah Hackett. So hi, good afternoon. We are the Bernice McNaughton High School Reach for the Top team. Reach for the Top is a trivia game that used to be on CBC. I don't know if any of you have watched it, but it is still alive and are competing in here in Moncton. So our team has qualified for nationals 6 times since 2014. This is our 3rd year in a row of qualifying, and we are the only school in Moncton who has ever been to nationals, who has ever gone. So we're really proud of how we've worked at it. Oh my goodness. Anyway, I'll just introduce my team. So this is Ella, this is Duncan, and this is Taha. I want to introduce them as well. Thank you. So last year, with 15 come and cheer us on. So what we really wanted to say was thank you for your support, your continuous support of us last year and this year, whether it be moral or financial. And we really just wanted to show you what that support came to fruition with how we performed last year. While we didn't win, we did have a great time, and our goal really was to make it to nationals in general. So we're really happy and quite proud. And I would think that our coach Natasha LeBlanc, our other coach who couldn't be here, Mrs. Campbell, shares the same sentiment. So we really just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So questions from council, Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci, Madame la Maire. Thank you for your presentation. Best of luck, but I do have one question for you. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow?
Is it African or European?
Bingo. Good luck.
Worship, Donna, could I just get you to the mic? I just got a few questions that.
Sure.
You explained it very well, how the Peter McKee Center is struggling to, I guess, collect food. I mean, the food's coming in, but it's not as fast as it's going out, shall I say. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but.
Those words work.
Okay, those words work? Okay, good, perfect. During your presentation, what I liked the most was the kids' smiles when they were in the Blue Cross, Medivie Blue Cross kitchen. And I think that should be, I guess, expressed a little bit more, because I really think that when they get into that kitchen, according to your pictures, and I've been there, I've gone for the tour, they're just excited. They're so welcomed, and they think so highly of actually getting a chance to prepare meals for their families. And this gives them that opportunity, right, with a great community partnership. So do you see that continuing on? There's no break in that? You think that will continue for as long as the Peter McKee Center's around?
The Medivie Community Kitchen is an integral part of what we do. I find that, as our center believes, that food insecurity begins as a child and it extends beyond into your adult years. So having the availability of teaching and having to be able to experience, both teaching and experience, the joy and the learning opportunity of how to cook, how to prepare nutritious meals, how to make the most of what it is that you do have available to you has been critically important to our center. That will continue. And as you said, there's a very international flavor to our community kitchen that we do have. And those children make a meal from scratch. Both, they have an entree, they have a salad, they have a dessert. They love it, they enjoy it, and they take great pleasure and pride in taking those meals home to their families, what they don't consume there. It's also interesting to know that we do the same in collaboration with a number of different community organizations, as well as our own self, in doing adult cooking classes. And those too are things like how to prepare meals if you're a single person, how to prepare the best meals for a senior, how to make the most of your dollar, how to do soups and various different meals that are nutritious in nature, and how to make the most of your dollar. So to me, that is, and to our organization, that is critical part of addressing food insecurity in our community, and it will continue.
And I really love what you do with the gardens, with the greenhouses in the back. I mean, that was a parking lot at one point, right?
It was a tennis court.
Yeah, so what you're turning it into is just amazing, and you're using that food within the kitchen.
Yes, that food, nothing from that garden goes unused. The product that comes in that is washed, cleaned, prepared, packaged, and out on the shelf, what cannot be used that day through our clients goes into the Medivie Community Kitchen, and it is used in the preparation of those ready-made meals, or it is frozen so that it can be used as a later date. And in some cases, if necessary, we share it with other community organizations nearby if they are in need. So not a pound of that food goes wasted. And to say that we have harvested 4,200 pounds of food last growing season is truly an accomplishment, and we're very proud of that.
And that's great. And that's one of the reasons why I brought you up was you mentioned that, and I don't think the impact was there, you know, to truly, for people to understand, right? This is serving youth, this is serving families, and the
Thank you.
community around it as well, right?
A lot to say in 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's why I've got you for a couple more. So
Thank you.
I do have one more question though, and this is the hardest one for me to ask is seeing this increase in your users and knowing that the struggles that are going on, you see this on a daily basis, you understand this firsthand on a daily basis. What is the impression, or what impression does the shelter across the road, or what effect does that have on the client coming through your door, your volunteers, your staff members? You know, there has to be some sort of, maybe we're missing some people that are looking for food shelters, you know, because they're afraid to go to the area. They're afraid of what's going on within the area. What's your opinion on this?
That is a delicate question to answer, because I think that the shelters are a very necessary part of our community, and we need to protect that. They need to be available, and location is always going to be an issue in most cases. Having had said that, I do find that we have taken measures to ensure that both our staff, as well as our volunteers, as well as those who want access to our community center, feel safe.
Good.
And we've done that by having a security guard on site at all times. When the center is open, he is there and greets everyone as they're coming into the door. We also have emergency situations and protocols set up. So in the event, if there is an unfortunate situation that does arise, and I might also add to that, that sometimes those unfortunate situations that do arise involve clients of the center as well. So in all fairness, there's a great deal of empathy for those that are finding themselves in a homeless situation in our city, and we try to be good neighbors on both sides of the scenario. But yes, I will admit there are times when it can be
Challenging.
challenging. Thank you.
And my last question will be, you mentioned your funding is 1.2 million.
Our budget is
Budget is
1.2.
1.2, and the city and the province of feds included.
No, it's not a federal.
Okay.
Between the city and the province, that is about 14% of our overall funding comes from there. The rest comes from donations, fundraising activities, grants that we receive, applications that I apply for, various different things. Yes.
Okay, and you know council's budgeting system, obviously, you probably know it well enough.
I know it well.
So hopefully you'll be coming back to council to make some sort of presentation so that we're informed as a council on exactly what is going on within the center earlier rather than later, shall I say?
Yes, absolutely. I will do that. The support that we have received from the city is greatly appreciated. We could not do what we do without it. We are currently in a unique need. Traditionally, we are only using the funding that we receive, the actual cash that we have available for the purchase of those specialty items that we need to service the international population that we do have, or those with very special needs, that the food is not supplied through the food depot network. So we do usually have to do that. We are currently in a situation, however, where even those basic, I'll call them basic grocery needs, basic cupboard needs that you would have, those items, that we are running very shy on those as well. We will never see anyone leave our center. We're fortunate enough that we'll make do. However, we have realized that the choices have been much less, and perhaps the quantities have been much less, which is something we don't want to see in a downtrend. We want to make sure and hopefully ensure that families are well nourished and receive healthy and safe and and adequate food to support their family. So the support we do receive from the city, we did get an increase in the amount that was provided to us this year, which is, we are grateful for. Unfortunately, Councillor Crosman, it's never enough. But yes, we will indeed be back in an appropriate time to make sure that you're made aware of
And
what our needs are.
those are my only questions for you. And I think one thing that I will end, and I'll add to your comments, are what you're telling me is people out in YouTube land and that are watching this in the media, that you're in desperate need of canned goods, craft dinner,
Right now.
low cereal, bread, so on and so forth, things like this that you didn't mention at the microphone that I think should be mentioned because you have an opportunity right now to get this out there, right?
Absolutely. That is an immediate need that we have right now. It's an unusual one for us because those items are usually provided to us through other means. But right now, we're running shy because we are seeing our numbers increase, unfortunately.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Merci, conseiller Crossman, conseiller Kingston.
Merci, Madam Joint. Hi, Donna. Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship.
You made it not related to the FDA 50/50. That's still, again, the misconception out there, and it may affect ultimate donations because they think they're donating to the Peter MacKay when in effect they're not. And on the marketing side, I know that it's important for local groups in the city, golf courses, for example, anything they do with a large crowd, men's nights. We do a September event.
Yes, you do.
It's only once a year. It's not a lot, but it all goes to the Peter MacKay. And I would urge anybody listening connected to groups to make sure that the Peter MacKay donations are part of the conversation to help out. I mean, you're not always top of mind, unfortunately, on the 50/50s and maybe food drives, but it's important that and there's many around the city, starting with, I think, golf courses who have conduct a regular number of draws and whatnot. So it's important that the marketing, and I know you're doing that on a regular basis. I know that, but it's important to keep that in mind, that's so important to think of the Peter MacKay these times with your numbers increasing. And I think we have a subsequent presentation where the food bank visits are up 45% from 2009 to 2014 with Mr. Marola coming up. And it's shocking, the numbers. They're really staggering. So it's important to keep the Peter MacKay in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. And what you're saying is true. I mean, I implemented and ran the Food Depot 50/50 Gold Rush draw for 10 years. So that particular draw now, when I left a year and a half ago, was bringing in about $10 million a year. And with that, half would go to the winner. The other half would stay within Food Depot Alimentaire to support their organization and to do with as they feel responsible to do. In that growth, at one time when we were part of Food Depot Alimentaire, we became kind of joined at the hip, and everyone felt that the draw was part of our draw. It isn't. It is and does belong to the Food Depot Alimentaire. And although we depend on Food Depot Alimentaire for many things, for our foods and our products, the money from that does not directly or regularly come to us at the Peter MacKay. The Peter MacKay Community Food Center is Moncton's local food bank. It is separate. It is financially independent. It is a nonprofit, charitable organization and does require the support of our community. And thank you for recognizing that.
Absolutely. Well, council does, I know for sure. Thank you for making that distinction. Thank you, Donna. Merci, Madame Joint. Thank you.
Yeah, Monsieur Kingston, conseiller Léger.
Yeah, thank you, Donna, for the presentation. And certainly, I think most people know a lot about what's happening at the Peter MacKay Center. I think what sort of came up in terms of some of the other things that you're offering, I think are really worth mentioning. I mean, I saw legal services, what you're doing with respect to eyesight examinations and so on. Are there other things that you're looking to expand and really, I think you really are defining what a community center is. You're not just one item, but just wondering for the future and what support you might need from the community.
Well, it's interesting that you say that because that's the only eye care clinic that you will find in a food bank across Canada. And it offers free eye exams as well as glasses and eye care products to the clients who are over the age of 18 and who do not have eye care coverage. So we've been able to run through our own demographic, and we are outreaching to other organizations and allowing their clients to be able to access that service as well. We are constantly looking for a variety of different clinics that we're putting on. We are starting in June a budgeting clinic. So, I mean, that's new to us, in that we're offering it to all of our clients and as well as our population who wants to participate in that. So we're constantly looking for things. Here's what we have to be cautious about, Councillor, is that when you take on a project that is going to require long-term funding, you have to be careful when you achieve that funding that you're going to be able to make that program sustainable. And that's something that I think I've tried very hard to bring to the center, because, you know, your heart has great ideas, but your head also has to make sure that you're going to be able to sustain it in a manner that you're going to be proud of, that you're actually going to be able to accomplish the things that you want to accomplish. And you can't start a program one year and have everyone excited about it and have to end it the next year because we can't get funding. So we encourage and we participate, and we are very innovative in some of those projects that we do have, but we're also conscientious about what we bring in so that we can make sure we do a good job at what it is we do. Never losing sight that our primary goal is to feed hungry families.
Great, and look forward to a regular update that we always get. So congratulations again, and for the budgeting exercise that we do in the fall, I'm sure that we will we'll have some innovative ideas that you'll come forward with. So thank you very much. And I just wanted to say to the Reach for the Top team that good luck, and I hope it works well, and regardless, the experience is worth it. And but I have a feeling you'll do much better than just have the experience this year. So best of luck, and let us know how you make out when you come back. Thank you. Merci.
Si, conseiller Legendre, conseiller Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Donna, for the presentation. It's always great to hear that there's so many great people, 107 volunteers. That's pretty awesome. You know, over the years, sitting on this since 2016, and also in my other career, it was always amazes me how great of volunteers we have in this city. You know, even yourself, you know, how much you volunteered, and the other people. You know, Councillor Kingston and I, we kind of missed it this year that he couldn't put on that other sweater that he wears there. And I had my Toronto Maple Leaf. They might be out, but I still on it. So
Our fall rivals is on the calendar, so we'll be reaching out to you.
We'll be there for sure. But you know, I'm really amazed. I went last year when you had your community garden, and you know, just the amount of food, 4,200 pounds, like that's wild. And I think, you know, that is something that also that we could tap into, because there's so many gardeners in this city that, you know, just do these like these garden boxes in their backyard that, you know, maybe sometimes they have more than what they need, and where can you put it? And, you know, it's nice to, you know, maybe that we can do some type of, I don't know, some type of program where they can drop it off, or know where to drop it off, or people come pick it up. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I think that's great. And, you know, just kudos to you and the whole staff. It's just amazing what you're doing. You know, it's always nice to know that, you know, there's even, you know, I was talking to somebody the other day, and they were telling me there's a number of seniors that go now. And that's sad, you know, that people have spent their whole life here in Moncton, and, you know, with the price of rent and everything else going up, that they have to go to a food bank, but at least they know that there's some place to go and get something to eat. And I really admire you for that. So thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you very much. The senior population is a growing one, unfortunately, that we're seeing. My generation, you know, like I'm approaching that. No, I've already approached it. I'm just living it now. Having had said that, my generation was sort of the first of the generations who didn't always have pension plans in their companies, and they had to learn, or had to, in many cases, learn the hard way, that they had to prepare for their own retirement. And our demographic is a very, very proud one. And previously, and they struggle to come to the food bank. And when we do find them, it's usually during the annual Christmas box program, when they come to us and they say, my family is coming, or I'm going to see my family at Christmas time. Is there any way I can just get a box? I don't need food. I don't need food. And as we're going through a discussion with them, we do discover what their current situation is and recommend that perhaps they can come. Oh, no, I'll be okay. I can, they're a very, very proud group of people. But more and more, what we are finding is that demographic is really struggling with cost of living increases, rent increases, the vehicle expenses, gasoline, heating, the necessities, those basics that you come to expect as should be available in your retirement years, and they're just not. So we're happy to be able to help when we can, and we'd like to be able to help more, but that is a growing demographic.
I think you're doing a great job. And I
Thank you,
appreciate it.
Councillor.
Just for the BMHS, I know they just work very hard and just practice a lot, but your coaches, we really got to give them a little hand here because they put in so much of their extra time, Natasha. And is it Mrs. Campbell that's with you? So, you have two teachers that are, taking their time out of their busy lives to help. And I take it, Natasha, you're traveling to Ottawa. You're not going to let this group go by themselves, right? You maybe can come to the mic. Just come to the mic there for a sec. If you don't mind. They look like good ones, but I don't know why I'd want to let them go to Ottawa by themselves.
Yeah, they're pretty good eggs.
Pretty good egg.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe you can tell us about how many hours you guys are putting into this. Like, I know it's a lot, but you don't win there. You don't go to the nationals just by now and then getting an idea, right?
No, that's true. Just briefly, I've been doing it since 2001, and these kids really are cream of the crop, and they put in several hours every week, and then approaching nationals, they put in a few after school as well. But we've always said that we're going to do it for fun. So there are schools that do spend a lot of time, and they do a lot of studying. Not that these kids don't, but we always said that we're going to do two things. We're always going to come back out of every tournament being known as the Class C group that was there, and that we're going to be doing it for the fun of it. And they managed to come in at first and second place every tournament that I think we've ever been in, doing those two main goals, achieving that. But they do put in a lot of time, but I do find that citizenship part is probably what I'm most proud of with them.
Well, when they put it in, I'm sure that the coaches put it in too. And,
Yeah.
So
Yes, I do.
are you the only ones in New Brunswick then that are going into Maritimes?
So Kennebecasis Valley is a pretty dominant team, and they have won nationals, I think, 3 different times, and they are going as well this year. We've had Fredericton High represent New Brunswick. We've had a few different teams over the last several years, and we had to meet virtually through COVID, but we've been back in person for a couple of years now. But it is growing in different provinces. We're trying to get more and more schools on board. When I first started in 2001, we had Moncton High, Riverview High, and Harrison Trimble as well. But it really does require that adult person that's going to take that on, and it is a lot of time. It's your Saturdays when you're competing provincially all season from November to April. But we are now advancing with a junior team, and so we do have Wabanaki School, Maplehurst School, and Moncton Christian Academy that also competes virtually or in person as well.
That's
So it's growing, so cross your fingers, we'll have more and more as time goes by.
I'm sure you'll be coming back with a national championship this year. So,
Thank you, Councillor.
and also too is say congratulations to that. We really appreciate what Ms. Campbell's putting into it also.
I'll make
And-
sure she gets the
Yeah,
message.
for sure. And best of luck to the students. I know you'll do great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Madam Eagles, thank you so much for the presentation and for the exceptional contribution of the Peter McKee Center to our city. It's really very much appreciated. Thank you again. And to the Bernice McNaughton students, we really expect or hope that you will come back with the trophy, but we will do a photo op this evening before the trophy, okay?
Yeah, maybe we can gather behind this. Yeah, we'll get a picture too. Yeah, we're gonna photobomb.
the photo, background?
Yeah, let's,
Brian?
you wanna get in? Yeah, why don't we get in? These kids are going to Ottawa. They got, they got,
David, it's kind of, it's like the Rocky Mountains in the background?
yeah.
What?
Now and then we come up with them.
Cat winners in the middle? That's right. Then why you did, the Lafleur Trophy winner?
You didn't put your shoes? Should've brought my hockey puck with me. Oh, you think you're cross-check race?
EMHS.
You're nice.
Romy?
You.
Big letters, don't you?
Madame la greffière.
Up next is
Madam City Clerk.
Shannon Berry, Senior Director, Community Outreach, YMCA.
Welcome, Shannon.
Thank you for having me. Again, my name is Shannon, pronouns she, her, and I'm the Senior Director of Community Outreach at the Y. I remember to introduce myself this time. So I've been at the Y in this role for about 2 years, and I appreciate the opportunity to come to speak to you guys and share a bit more about our programs and the work that we're up to. I did want to include just a little bit of a snapshot on data, but I do know that we're going into the point in time count information shortly after this. So you guys should be fully kind of in the loop on what's going on in our community. But just to highlight the numbers, they are there, and we'll kind of be going over them more in depth shortly, I'm sure. But what is our approach to tackling the homelessness and housing crisis in our city? So I did want to touch on a few of our programs. So again, we have our Reconnect Street Outreach program. That is a program that we've had for over 20 years now and is our longest standing. It's adapted a lot over the years, but again, we're doing street outreach both in our downtown core as well as working with folks that are at encampments. And that are not accessing services that are readily available. And so our teams are going out, meeting with folks who are experiencing homelessness and providing them services to make sure that they're document ready and moving closer towards housing, which is the ultimate goal for everyone. And I will say that our framework for this work is grounded in housing first approach, trauma-informed care, and harm reduction. We have our YRAD program, which is our Reconnect Alternative Dispatch, which does divert calls that are non-emergent in nature and non-criminal to our team for outreach to respond. And that is serving Moncton, Dieppe, and Riverview and is 24/7 in the services. Our Downtown Ambassador program, we have a staff who builds relationships and works quite closely with a lot of the downtown businesses and property owners to help mitigate any challenges that they're experiencing, provide some education and framework, and also connect with folks that are frequently in our downtown core and that are accessing services there. And then our SUN program is our supportive housing. So again, we kind of have that whole continuum and folks as they transition out of homelessness into housing receive wraparound supports from our team and scattered site buildings across Moncton. And so that is kind of an overview of the programs that we offer. And they all work quite closely together and in strong relationship with the City of Moncton, including RCMP, bylaw, and various other stakeholders. And just a little bit of an overview of our Q1 impact. Just wanted to give you guys an update of what we've been up to. So again, these numbers have grown in the months past March. I think currently we've worked with over 760 unique individuals. And again, all of our work is documented in HIFIS, and that kind of goes towards building the data and information that's presented on the Human Development Council's dashboard, as well as we participate in community activities such as the pit count. Again, there is a age breakdown, but we are seeing more seniors. Indigenous identity is definitely overrepresented in the individuals that we work with. About 4% of Moncton's population is Indigenous. And again, our data shows that we are working with, they are overrepresented in the numbers of folks that we are working with. Services provided, this can range from a variety of things, whether it's building rapport and being a listening ear for someone who's, experiencing hardship. It could be completing a referral or for our healthcare coordination team to access mental health and addiction supports. It could be our weekly ID clinic at Service New Brunswick, where we support folks getting document ready through the procurement of photo identification. Or we have our weekly in-reach services where we do intakes to make sure folks' information is updated. They're going to be prioritized for housing opportunities. They have the identification they need, and those are done through the Bridge to Home Hub and the Moncton City Library weekly. And in Q1, we did 191 of those intakes for folks that were experiencing homelessness or precariously housed and looking for prevention and diversion supports. Again, our YRAD calls are showcased there for Q1. These have grown now to over 200 and resulted in, from those numbers posted, a 91.8 resolution rate, where we did not need to call for RCMP or bylaw to come assist with the concern or the situation that the caller gave us. Our median response time is about 10 minutes. So again, we're able to quickly get to the situation and be able to support the needs of the community members there. And for our prevention and diversion services, we work closely with our coordinated access for referrals to different agencies doing this work. But prevention and diversion work can vary from supporting with transportation to reunite with family elsewhere in Canada. It could be supporting with rental arrears or NB Power arrears to make them successful in sustaining their tenancy to be able to remain housed and not enter our shelter system. Or it could be a damage deposit to quickly rehouse someone and get them into housing and exit our shelter system. And again, in Q1 of this year, we supported 9 folks moving into housing with supports through that program. So this was just a snapshot of the information. There's tons more data that we could pull, and very much wanted to give you guys a bit of an update of what we've been doing so far this year and provide an opportunity for any questions, concerns, or information you'd like reported on next time we come to visit. So again, I'll keep it brief, but welcome any questions.
Thank you, Shannon. Are there any questions from council? Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci, Madame la Maire. It's probably addressed.
Councillor Bourgeois.
The difference between your statistics where you say 607 are homeless and the one next says 507. Could you clarify which one it is, just for clarity?
Apologies, I don't know where the confusion came from. There was a snapshot from the Human Development Council from their March database, and then the other numbers that were reported were individuals that we personally, through our program, worked with. So that might be the difference there. So on Q2, it's just through our program, how many individuals are we connecting with and providing services? And that ranges from folks who are accessing the shelter system and folks who are not and are experiencing unsheltered homelessness in our community.
Okay. Regardless whether it's 507 or 600, there's too many.
It is too many, yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Merci, Madame la Maire.
Merci, Conseiller Bourgeois. No other questions?
Thank you, Councillor Bourgeois.
Next is the presentation 2024 point in time count report. Vincent Marola.
Well, I didn't realize I was going to say goodbye to Shannon. Well, thank you for council for having us up here. We're going to have Louise come up and from the Human Development Council do a presentation as they conducted the point in time count for the province, but for Moncton. So with that, if you'd like to come on up. We're also bringing up Andrea Ann with the Greater Moncton Homelessness Steering Committee. So you're just going to go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm going to be short and sweet. Louise Marchand is going to do the heavy work today. So I just wanted to thank your worship, Mayor Paulette-Thériault and council for being here. Really want to express our gratitude from GMHSC and your patience I know the community has been waiting for this information. So thank you for your patience, and not only for your patience, but your support that we continue to work through really eradicating homelessness in our community. Tough work, but we have some great organizations here doing that. So without further ado, I'll pass it over to Louise Marchand from the Human Development Council.
Thank you so much, and merci pour nous avoir ce soir aussi.
Thank you for having us tonight.
That happened in November 2024. So my name is Louise Marchand. I'm the Coordinated Access Facilitator for Moncton with the Human Development Council. I'm based out of our Moncton office that's located on 236 St. George Street within the Commerce House as well. So today for our agenda, I've got sort of point in time background, our survey results, and a bit of background on what has happened as well. So our point in time count. So Reaching Home is Canada's federal homelessness strategy, which launched in 2019. Point in time count is part of this Reaching Home strategy. So it's a national picture of homelessness that's intended as sort of a snapshot across all of our different communities in Canada on one single night. Who's involved is all of our shelters, transitional housing, health and corrections as well this year, our unsheltered locations as well as hidden homelessness. There's a huge amount of benefits to our point in time count. Primarily, there's the increased ability to track our homelessness trends over time, as well as to improve service planning and our data-driven decision making. So point in time count across New Brunswick. This year, they began November 20th, 2024. It was our 5th pit count in New Brunswick since 2016. And this was actually our first pit count that we conducted in the fall. Typically, they've been done sort of in the spring period. We had extended participation across all of New Brunswick, starting from St. John, Moncton, and Fredericton, and including a lot of our smaller rural and remote communities as well. So huge thank you to all of our agencies, as Andrea mentioned, GMHSC, as well as all of our other agencies listed at the side. There was 15 agencies and over 86 volunteers. So a huge community effort in order to make this event happen. And also wanted to give a huge thank you to Moncton City Council, who did donate $5,000 towards our venue. So really appreciative, very, very helpful for having our event sort of come together. We also had our lived experience advisory board within Moncton, both review and give recommendations on our methodology. So also a huge thank you to that team. Okay, so I'm going to get into survey results next. So I will start off by saying that there's a lot of information in our next slides. I'm happy to return to any if there's any questions at all. So starting with our enumeration compared to surveys conducted. So 507 people were counted as experiencing homelessness, including transitional or couch surfing on Moncton, on November 20th within this period. So what that means is either they were within shelter and had agreed to conduct the survey, or they were seen by one of our volunteers as potentially experiencing homelessness, and they were counted in that enumeration. So 348 surveys was our final number as well. So when asking our respondents, where are you staying tonight? 56% said that they were staying in a homeless shelter. 14% were unsheltered in public. 12% with an encampment. 3% were unsure. And 13% were within that shelter and transitional housing. And 3% said that they were staying at someone else's place. When asked if someone had a family member who's staying with them tonight, 14% reported that they did have someone staying with them. 51% of those were a partner. 31 were a different adult. 14% were a child or a dependent, and 4% for pets as well. When looking at our demographics, gender and age, 60% of our respondents are male, 28% are female, and 5% identify as other. Looking at our age demographic as well, you can see the majority of our respondents are within sort of that adult age group. We do have 5% youth under 24 and 5% are seniors over 65. 92 years old was the oldest age that we recorded during this point in time count. So when asking people how much time they've experienced homelessness in the last year, 72% of our respondents were 180 days or more, so 6 months or more. 13% were between 3 to 6 months. We had 12% in the 0 to 89 days, and 3% did not answer. When asked about residency, 32% of our respondents reported that they were always local to the community, and 68% reported that they moved to our community. Of those who said that they moved, a full 53% said that they moved from within New Brunswick, and 27% said that they moved within the last year. When asking for the top reasons for moving to Moncton, 17% said that they moved to Moncton sometime during their life, potentially because family moved here. 11% were to access services and support, same 11% for visiting family and friends. 9% were employment seeking, 9% were looking to access emergency shelter, and 6% moved to Moncton to try to find housing. When looking at our income sources, so 66% of our respondents are on social assistance. And of those who reported other income sources, 16% were informal, sort of income sources such as bottle collecting returns, 13% with our GST, HST refunds, 9% on seniors benefits, and 8% on disability benefits. When looking at Indigenous identity, 18% did identify as being Indigenous, and to Shannon's point, this is an overrepresentation compared to 4% of our population. 11% identified as being First Nations, 4% as having Indigenous ancestry, and 3% as being Métis. When asked what the highest level of education completed, 38% had completed some high school, 32% were a high school graduate or equivalent, 27% had completed some or were completed post-secondary, and 2% had a graduate degree. So for our respondents, 28% indicated that they were once in foster care or a youth group home. And when asking for sort of an estimated length of time after leaving care before experiencing homelessness, there was 15% that said within 1 week of leaving care, they were homeless. 5% were within that 1 week to 3 months, 15% in sort of that first year. So what that means is that a full 36% of individuals who have been within care have indicated that they were homeless within the first year. So also looking at sort of first experiences of homelessness, our age demographic sort of shifts a little bit here. Most people reported experiencing homelessness for the first time when they were between 18 and 27. So 38% were 25 or younger when first experiencing homelessness, and the average length of time since homelessness was first experienced was about 11 years. When looking at pregnancy, 17% of women who responded to the pregnancy question identified that they either were pregnant or have been pregnant while experiencing homelessness. Looking at our emergency health systems, in the last 12 months, 64% of our respondents have visited an emergency room and 34% were hospitalized. When asking about health issues, 66% of our respondents indicated that they had health issues related to substance use, going down to just 65% for mental health. 50% with illness or medical conditions, physical mobility at that 38% as well. Health issues related to senses, such as seeing or hearing, were a full 32%. Acquired brain injury accounted for 28%, and our learning intellectual development or cognitive delays were another 27%. When asked if respondents had access to health services, 21% reported that they did not. When asked if respondents had a need for services that were related, below you can see, so mental health was a full 51% of respondents saying that they had a need. 43% asking for addiction or substance use. 35% related to serious or ongoing medical conditions. Again, 23% for physical disability, 14% for our learning disabilities, 10% related to brain injuries, 1% for pregnancy, 18% responded none of the above, and 8% did not answer. So when looking at the last 12 months, asking if individuals have accessed addiction or mental health services within the region, 37% indicated that they had. When asking for challenges to find housing, the main reason, 69%, indicated that rents were too high. Very similarly, 60% reported that they did not have enough income. 25% reported that addictions were a barrier to finding housing, and 23% reported that mental health issues were a barrier to finding housing. When asking about their most recent housing loss, 44% said that it was due to an eviction. When looking at the reasons for losing those housing, 25% of our respondents lost their housing most recently because they did not have enough income. 17% were related to a spouse or partner, 15% to the landlord, 9% to both our parents, guardians, as well as substance use issues. 6% were unfit or unsafe housing. 4% were a conflict with a spouse or partner. 4% due to incarceration, and 4% due to a death within the family. So within the last 12 months, when we're looking at police and corrections, 54% of our respondents had interacted with police, and 30% were incarcerated. So what has happened? Here we can see sort of our total homelessness over time. This one is coming from our HIFIS dashboard on the HDC website. The second graph that I have as well is showing chronic homelessness over time. And we can see that there is that rise. So what we're really looking at here as well is sort of three converging crises. So we have both housing, affordability, as well as health. So looking at our housing numbers, so between 2020 and 2024, New Brunswick has seen a change in rent over time that's increased by 34.7%. Moncton's current vacancy rate is sitting at about 1.5% overall. And when we're looking at our affordable units within from $750 to $1,000 a month, that vacancy rate goes down to 0.3%. I heard this one last week, but apparently a healthy vacancy rate should really be around 10%. When we're looking at affordable units, the number of units that were costing less than $750 a month, New Brunswick lost 25% of these units between 2016 and 2021 alone. In 5 years, our house prices have almost doubled, and between 2019 and 2024, New Brunswick has seen an average 84% increase in the cost of a residential property. Looking at our housing stock, the population has grown by 12%, which has not kept up with our housing stock at just 6%. When we're looking at affordability, the cost of basic goods has greatly increased. So between 2021 and 2024 alone, there was a 25% increase in gas, 22% increase on food. And as we did hear earlier tonight as well, there's been a 45% increase in visits to food banks in New Brunswick just between 2019 and 2024. Looking at affordability again, so 46% of workers in New Brunswick earn less than the provincial living wage, which is $24.62. There's a full living wage report that's also available on the HDC website. So when we're looking at specifically sort of who are our low wage workers, 90% are not students. 90% are also over the age of 20. 54% are female. 56% typically work at a firm with more than 100 employees. 74% are full-time employees, and 82% are permanent employees as well. New Brunswick had the highest low-income rate in the country in 2022. That was tied with Nova Scotia. And our low-income rate is also increasing. Between 2021 and 2022 alone, it increased by 4.6%. And the graph on the right-hand side is the number of social assistance recipients monthly. So we can see that dip in the graph when CERB payments first came out during 2020. So really interesting to see the effect of sort of what a universal basic income could potentially bring. When looking at health in New Brunswick, the perceived mental health as well as perceived health has dropped. So from 2019 to 2023, perceived mental health, the number of respondents who would have said their mental health was very good or excellent went from 62% to 48%. And same with our perceived health from 51% to 42%. The weeks that patients have waited for treatment has greatly increased as well. In 2021, an average wait time for a specialist was 41.5 weeks. And now in 2024, that's up to 69.4. In terms of years or months, this is about a year and 4 months before getting that referral, which is an increase of 27.9 weeks. When looking at access to primary care as well, this has also reduced. In 2017, 93% of New Brunswick respondents said that they did have access to primary care, and this has reduced to just 79% in 2023. Ambulance MB also had a very interesting stat. So Q1 to 3 in 2019, they administered 188 suspected opioid overdose patients. And in the same time period in 2023, that increased all the way to 506. So this represents a 269% increase in just 4 years. So looking at sort of our current and future state, where we are now is working towards increasing our access, building relationships, increased coordination, as well as much more. So our increased access, there's so many community examples, but just to give a short few, our Salvis Mobile Health Unit is really incredible to increase access. They're working on bringing wound care to individuals either within encampments as well as visiting the different shelters for healthcare. With our building relationships, we do also have our amazing Reconnect and YRAD team. So essential work with outreach and building those relationships. In order to have people move forward, we need to have those relationships and that trust. Our increased coordination is through both our coordinated access system as well as our other tables through the GMHSC, our Greater Moncton Homelessness Steering Committee, as well as other community-led initiatives such as the Moncton Shelter Network, or MSN. In the last 6 months as well, we've had 3 new supportive housing programs that have come online, and we're very hopeful for the future as well, for more to be coming through. So thank you very much. That is the end of my presentation at this point, and if there are any questions, thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Louise. Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Maire.
Thank you, Louise. Councillor Bourgeois, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for this presentation. I have 3 questions. These are big picture questions. I see your graph here that says that things are going up in the last 4 years. At the same time, the city and the province and the federal government have also invested millions of dollars. I'm thinking about Rising Tides that got $15 million to build 65 units, and they should be up by the end of the year. There's also Harvest House that added homes. There's the Humanity Project that has a farm going towards Salisbury. Nazareth House has started resuming its regular activities. But the increase in issues is outpacing our solutions. Is this a build it and they will come? So are we doing a good job here? Are people saying we're going to go to Moncton because there is housing? Or is it that we're not keeping up the pace and we're not succeeding in resolving the issue and providing housing for the unhoused population?
Consider when we're looking at this increase, that definitely our affordability is a huge piece, that we are seeing greater rates of inflow. A big piece of that as well is just that it's really sort of economic factors that are at play. I do think that building it and they will come, that's always it is a great point in that if we build the right types of housing, we are able to support our individuals. So it's really key that the types of housing that we have for this population is supportive housing, and that it has full wraparound supports for as well our high acuity individuals.
Because I was reelected in June 2021. That was, with crime, the biggest issues during the election, and it has remained so over the past 4 years. And we had the former mayor's participation in a committee to tackle homelessness. And we had before that the Greater Moncton Homelessness Steering Committee. And we don't seem to be making any major progress, or am I wrong?
I mean, I think that that's where it is quite complex, that while our inflow numbers continue, without our outflow sort of leaving as well, that's where our numbers kind of continue to grow. So I think sort of a good maybe analogy is the idea of sort of our kitchen sink has maybe backed up. And while our flow has reduced and we've sort of stopped the tap, there's still just a bit of a drip. It's the fact that our sink is still clogged up and there is no outflow into housing more so. I do think that our community has done so much incredible work and many incredible initiatives that are aiming to reduce over time, but we do really need to look as well at that side as well, sort of how do we continue outflow so that this rate doesn't continue to grow.
Well, 15 years ago, the city council established a social inclusion committee for the first time. And our major recommendation, and this is just not myself was on it, Councillor Pedran was on it, but Debbie McInnes from United Way was on it, Sue Calhoun from the Greater Moncton Homelessness, Sararia Cormier, who else? Claire Archibald from Head Start at the time. And our major recommendation was that the city should establish a housing authority to tackle the imminent, we saw it coming, the imminent crisis in affordable housing, because we kept bragging as Moncton that we were the most inexpensive city in Canada, maybe North America, to do business, and especially for housing and all that stuff. Well, we can't brag about that anymore, but there are people falling in the cracks of this great economic progress that we're having, but it's the social issues that come with it, unfortunately. But the city, for whatever reason, I wasn't here between 2016 and 2021. It was still on the agenda, still something to do, and it never happened. It just disappeared, and it was diluted into something that we don't even know what it means anymore. Luckily, Rising Tide came up, and they said, well, Debbie McInnes and company, Dale Hicks and company, but we're going to tackle this. Since the city isn't tackling it, we're going to tackle it. They created Rising Tide, and they've sort of tried to tackle it as best as they can. A lot of money, but it's not that expensive per unit. It's about $90,000 per unit. Try to build something for $90,000 a unit. A lot of it is renovations and everything. But here's my question to you. Sorry for the long-winded introduction, but do you think that there is still a need for a housing authority to focus on affordable housing? That would be building, renovating along with developers. We wouldn't build ourselves, but having that kind of authority to tackle the growing homelessness situation.
I mean, absolutely. From my perspective, all levels of government really play a part in this, and it's essential that all of our levels of government also are working together. That I'm really excited to see the work that the Greater Moncton Homelessness Steering Committee is working towards as well. That,
but they don't have the authority to build, and they just sort of discuss together, the strategies, but they don't have the authority, correct me if I'm wrong, to do something about it concretely.
Thank you. I think the important thing to keep in mind with the Greater Moncton Homeless Steering Committee is those are all the organizations that are doing the work. And there has been a lot of progress that has been made in our city. The unfortunate part, and to the stats that Louise had mentioned earlier, even it's above and beyond just housing. People need the appropriate support. So we can build the housing, but if you're not going to have the supports that go along with it, as well as even, if I dare say, the appropriate pay for the individuals that are actually working within those organizations to keep them there, there are some individuals and organizations that are leaning on the services that they themselves are providing. So that in itself, there's an economical struggle that is going on right now that I personally don't feel that it's fair to say that our community hasn't been making progress, because I think we are making progress. The other factors that are coming into play are so strong that it's not allowing that to happen. Rising Tide is part of the Greater Moncton Homeless Steering Committee. So
No.
they,
So is the city and.
So
but-
is the
but
city.
gap is increasing. And if I misspoke, forgive me, but the progress that we are achieving, I recognize that, does not, isn't as significant because the gap keeps increasing, right? So this is not a criticism. I want to make sure you guys and girls are doing a great job, but somehow the gap is increasing. So my question was, should the city, instead of just subsidizing, should it go to the next step, since the gap is increasing, and establish a housing authority that would have a budget that would tackle affordable housing, homelessness, these kinds of issues, so that we have a better handle on it? Or should we just keep on just doing what we're doing now, I guess is my question.
I wouldn't want to speak on behalf of what the city should do, but I
What I'm
can.
asking, give us
I-
your advice.
I guess what I could say is that the amount, if you look at, currently there is a presentation that is being shown through social development. It was breaking down just from a chronically homeless individual with stats that are now a year old. And if you were looking at all of the different types of housing that would need to be built to fit Moncton, you would be looking at, I believe, don't quote me, but around $30 million plus. So if the city would have $30 million plus to be able to invest and set up the housing affordability, then I would say, yes, do that. But I think I strongly believe it's a municipal, provincial, federal collaboration that is going to really move this forward, as well as community members.
Yeah, and to come back to your earlier point, I've always been told that it's housing first. Yes, we need the support services, but unless you have the housing first, the support services don't always succeed in the long run.
I heard a strong statement with Housing First that you need to give someone some place to live, you need to give them something to do, and you need to give them something to love. So if you're not having those three things, then it's hard to do all of that. And there's gaps. There's just, unfortunately, there's gaps within systems that are trying to help complement and support other systems. But I am an advocate and a strong believer that through the work that's being done through GMHSC, through the reporting that's coming through from the Human Development Council, through all of the great work that the organizations that are in part and parcel of GMHSC, and even those whom are not, we have the same common goal. Community members who might have some NIMBYism, they still have the same common goal. We want to end homelessness. We all want to work towards that same thing. It's to find out how we get there together.
Two more questions. Thanks for your patience. You touched upon it in your presentation, the reasons for homelessness, versus a lot of myths out there that, I'll exaggerate just for the point of argument, that it's their fault. You know, they're responsible for it. Two anecdotes, and I'll come back to my third question in a second, but my wife used to work at Bessborough School, and she was responsible for some kids being out of school. The responsibility was to bring them back in. And one family was living in a car because the dad had blown the revenue on gambling. Another one is a gentleman, outstanding gentleman, who was living on Charlie's farm. Couple, both well-educated, good jobs, one child, just a fantastic life, their own house and everything else. Child gets leukemia and dies, just decimates the family, splits the marriage. The guy becomes an alcoholic, and then it takes a couple of years of homelessness and everything else. Most of them, well, I shouldn't say most of them, a lot of them are because of opioids, and they were prescribed drugs. So they are victims. They're not self-injecting for a reason. It was because, and on and on and on. And a lot of these things, we as a city, it'd be nice to do something about it, but there's some things that we can't do. If, you know, conflict with spouses, debts or members of families I just alluded to, But there are some things that we might, and the Housing Authority might tackle the biggest one with not enough income for housing if we could build something that's affordable. Substance use issue, we don't have any medical staff or stuff like that, but do you have any specific recommendations of what the city could do or should do in terms of some of these causes?
I mean, absolutely. To me, like if the city has the ability, my understanding is with some of the new developers, there's been sort of funds as long as there's sort of the exchange of those more affordable units. I think that if it's within the city, absolutely recommendation would be to keep affordable units at that $750 price range. That if we're really looking at sort of that affordable price range, that's really what we need. And if the city has ability to sort of put incentives for more of those types of housing, that's really what we need. I heard as well that there was a motion passed to allow sort of fourplexes as well. To me, those are other types of methods that the city has within its control to be able to change what housing stock we have available and how many units we can have in that respect. That I mean, I do understand health may not be within your range as well, but such a huge part of this is collaboration and coordination. That while you may not have health under your direct authority, you do, I would think, know many people within our health sectors as well, that sort of that bringing attention these issues and bringing people to the table, that's really such key elements of this work, is that we can't do this alone. And we need to do it together, and to avoid people falling through the cracks, we really need to collaborate even more. So having that push for collaboration come from more than just us in community, more than just agencies themselves, from municipal government as well as from our other levels of government as well. To me, that's really where I see the pathway forward.
Okay, thank you. Final question. I noticed on your statistics, I think it was something like 17% of the homeless. I don't know if it was 17% of the women homeless or 70% of the entire homeless population, which would mean an even bigger statistic for the statistics that you said of the women were pregnant or are pregnant. And another statistic, which just baffles me, but it just, I don't know, just disgusting to see, is the 14% are children. So just the question is this rate increasing, decreasing, stagnating?
What was actually very interesting from our pick count reports this year was frankly seeing how consistent our numbers have been over the last 5 years. So that number in particular, the respondents who have once been in care, consistently for the last 5 pick counts has either been 29 or 30%. Correct me if I'm wrong. But so that's been really quite consistent. So I do think when it comes to youth, there's a lot of different pathways. And we do have our Youth Quest as well as Youth Impact, and really incredible to be able to connect people there as well. But absolutely, Moncton in particular as well, as a community, we don't actually have a youth shelter, homelessness shelter. And while a shelter is not the answer, the reality is for our individuals who are 16 to 18 right now, there is nowhere for them to go. Exactly. And what we're really seeing and speaking to those youth serving organizations as well, we're hearing about a lot more couch surfing that really isn't very safe, and it's really their only option. And so community has been working to address, but absolutely that is definitely where one of our gaps are for sure.
Thank you so much for this reality check. Anyways, now it's what we can do about it. That's the challenge, but thank you so much. We have to first of all get the evidence and figure out what we can do more or better. Thank you very much. Merci, Madame le maire, et à mes collègues pour la patience.
Merci, Conseiller Bourgeois. Conseiller Richard.
Thank you, Your Worship, and to my colleagues for their patience. Councillor Richard.
As much as PowerPoints are nice, I don't think you need it. I think you have you know, both ends of it, of this here. And I won't have as many questions. At one point, 37% reported that they accessed addiction and mental health services in the past 12 months. I guess I'm wondering where and how, and have these numbers risen quite a bit?
In terms of the rise for that number, I'm not 100% sure what our previous years were, but when it comes to sort of accessing those mental health services, sorry, I know this is sort of our 81 Albert location is where sort of our main public health building is. On their main floor, there's sort of a directory that if you are looking for mental health services, you can, and they'll be able to connect you from there. Another really incredible program that's just started within the last year as well is our healthcare coordination team, or the HCCT. And they have a mandate that's specifically working with those who are experiencing homelessness to help them sort of navigate our health system, that they'll be the initial connection and then be able to refer them to where they're needed for health services.
That sounds like a major improvement and gives us hope.
Mhm.
There's more there for them. On one of your slides, 3 converging crises, housing first and health was last. Were those in order? And if so, have they changed? Has the order changed since?
I mean, I wouldn't say they were particularly in order. I mean, to me, we always want to start with housing, but that affordability and health is such a big piece of it as well. Especially sort of looking at those chronic numbers that continue to rise. We do know that in many of those cases, it's often very complex comorbidities. And in that case, you know, wanting to, support when we can as well. And my apologies, I'm sorry, I completely lost my train of thought there. I'm so sorry.
That's okay, we do that. I truly appreciate you being here, and with that knowledge, a lot of resources could take advantage of this, so merci beaucoup.
Oui, merci. Thank you for having us.
Merci, Conseiller Richard, Conseiller Kingston, Conseiller Crossman.
No, I'm sorry. C'est moi. Thank you, Madame Addis. Thank you, Louise. We get a lot of these presentations. The point in times are incredibly accurate. It's one day, one night. But to me, again, the mental health and addiction numbers are the leading percentage, 65%. That doesn't support housing first. I would agree with that. From a counselor who's been here 5 years almost, we get the presentations quite often. It flies in the face of the 44% due to evictions. So these people are being evicted. They have housing, some kind at that time. They're being evicted. And clearly the evictors, they're not responsible anymore for these people. They don't know where they're going to go. They don't influence that number, but it's insanely high. 44% due to evictions, yet the people that you talk to, the PIT gang, 65% mental health and addictions. That continues to be the top numbers. So there's the economical struggle that your previous speaker talked about. The evictions are leading to the homeless population increase on the streets. That population is being affected by mental health crises and addictions, and they don't have any housing or treatment centers to go to. So there's a number of conflicting ideologies here continuously with this, but I mean, it's great to see the numbers, but where do we begin is the question. The treatment centers to me are the number one step, and there's some great work being done, as pointed out by Councillor Bourgeois, whether it's the farm in Little River and the Greater Moncton Homeless Steering Committee group. They're doing great numbers, but those are very high numbers, and they're very concerning, and they should be to all of us. So just your take on that, not really a question, Louise, but more of an indication of those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I do think like our increase in the thing that when we are sort of asking these questions at Pig Count as well, it is just sort of anyone's experience of what they've experienced over the last while. And so when it comes to those evictions as well, that's really, to me, what stands out is the need for more support in those units. That we do see quite a few individuals who will be able to find their own unit and find a landlord who's willing to rent for them. but if they don't have those supports attached, it absolutely will bring them back into homelessness. And definitely when we have individuals who sort of return to homelessness, especially when it's multiple times, that absolutely brings further trauma along with that as well. And those comorbidities that go along are very hard to sort of separate. And that's where it's so essential that our frontline workers are the ones that are supported, because they really are the backbone of this work. And, you know, we talked about it a little bit, but that building relationship is essential. When someone has been through so many traumatic experiences, they're not willing to be open with you. They're not willing to trust you. And when we're talking about individuals who have maybe lost their photo ID, lost an income, and without being able to engage with our services, there is no way to get those ID back. With no photo ID, there is no way to get housing. And so that's where, to me, it's so essential that our sort of frontline workers are celebrated, as well as reminded that they're the ones doing the hard work. And, you know, we stand on their shoulders. And in that respect, to me, that's where I see that our support services are what make the change, and they are the ones that get people successfully housed for the long term. And we really need to support, as our industry, those people, because that's how we really truly see our reductions in homelessness over time.
Absolutely. There was one more stat that jumped out. The 21% with no access to health services, blood tests, prostate mammograms. So I don't understand that statistic. When that is required, wouldn't a shelter recommend that medical service to a doctor or a clinic? Or would the person in need basically know where to go to get that done? I don't understand that stat.
And that one, I think that there's a couple different factors there for sure. That's where our healthcare coordination team has been such an improvement by being able to assist individuals to get to those appointments. I will say that like that access to health services as well, there are within the shelters different opportunities for you to connect with those services. But again, if someone isn't really willing to engage, then that may be a reason as well. Potentially as well, it may be that they are not necessarily well enough to execute, to make it to that appointment. Sometimes it can be at, you know, a 9 a.m. appointment. I know I have a hard time getting there on time some days. So especially when we have our folks who are unhoused and maybe have been sleeping outside all night, you may not realize if it's 8:30 or 9 o'clock. And if
Right.
you've missed that appointment, you've missed that appointment. And I think that there is some complexity definitely to a lot of these questions within pig count and the responses that we get, that every individual has such a unique experience, and one story can't speak to them all, but that's sort of my thoughts.
Right. Thank you for coming in your presentation, Louise. Thank you. Merci, Madame Madas Adjoint. Thank you.
Merci, Conseiller Kingston.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Kingston. Councillor Crossman.
Some questions for yourself as well as Vincent. I'll get you up at the end of my questioning, I guess. There was one quote that you said, types of housing. And I only had so many questions to ask, and then you brought that one up. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to ask about that. What do you mean by types of housing? Because you just say types of housing. I know in here in the presentation, as I go through it, it says, you know, between $700 and $900 is housing. But there's other housing too that is available, right? We're talking renting a home, or renting a room in a house or things. Is this what you're talking about when you talk about this?
Yeah, and definitely within, also, we sort of refer to it as our housing continuum, sort of different stages based on the needs as well. So we may sort of be starting with our emergency shelter, but moving into an intensive support, full wraparound supports. So that may be sort of a peer supported program where someone would have access to a peer 24/7 compared to maybe a less intensive support that would be sort of light touch case management. That case manager maybe is there Monday to Friday, sort of 9 to 5. And so that's sort of often what we're talking about with the different types of housing, is that even sort of a rooming house may work well for someone compared to someone else who needs their own space in order to feel safe. And so sort of apartments are an option. And through Housing MB as well, we have sort of our, we refer to it as our scattered site. So HMB will have a private landlord at sort of different locations across the city. And when those units are offered to our HIP table, that's how they're filled through coordinated access. So those are sort of a few of the different types of housing when we're talking about that.
Okay, and you also mentioned just most recently, our services help get people housed. And I know Shannon shook her head, and I'm wondering, when you say our services, do you mean who's offering the services? Is my question. Is it the province of New Brunswick? Is it Department of Health? Or is it the nonprofit organizations that are actually getting people the services they need?
Well, I think it is a bit of everything. So a lot of our housing case managers will be trying to find units at the moment as well for individuals. Other housing as well is definitely through HMB. So we do have units that come to the table through Housing MB. And definitely, I mentioned it as well, sort of social development is also expanding sort of their more supportive housing programs. So in the last 6 months, we've had 3 new buildings come on with those more supportive housing programs through social development.
Okay, and and I guess I should know the answer to this, but I assume that you present this data to the elected officials throughout New Brunswick, such as the MLAs, the ministers, so on and so forth. And you have the same conversations you're having with us tonight with them so that they understand the struggles that are going on and where the lack of services are, shall I say?
Yeah, absolutely. We already had a presentation to sort of our health officials. Last week, we also had HDC put on conference, that was called CAB Summit. And within that, we did discuss the PIT findings for all across New Brunswick. And we did have our provincial ministers, I believe also our federal ministers that did come. And so absolutely trying to involve those for conversations any chance we can.
And I'm assuming that you get funding from all levels of government?
HDC, we are funded through sort of the Reaching Home program. So the HDC is considered the community entity for the distribution and execution of those funds under Reaching Home. Sorry, did I answer that question?
Trying to figure out how you get funding, that's all.
Essentially just through those federal contracts more so.
Okay.
So we're sort of the administrator of those contracts, and there's a fee that is associated.
Okay, and on your website, I really love your website because we get the email every week saying, you know, it's been updated every month and so on and so forth. And to Councillor Kingston's point, I mean, there's health issues. It's 60% and above is mental health, addiction, substance abuse, or some sort of medical condition. This portion is not the responsibility of the municipality. It's Department of Health, it's Department of Social Services, so on and so forth. So I'm just trying to figure, do you see where the lacking of the services are and how these people should be getting maybe additional services through non-profit agencies?
Well, I do think that when it comes to access, for sure, like I mentioned, sort of that healthcare coordination team having been created to really help with that navigation. I think I will say too, though, when it comes to sort of accessing services in those respects, that's sort of when our discussion of our substances comes in as well. There's a lot of our connected services that are meant to be serving our population that will not necessarily engage if someone is using substances. And I'd say personally, that's absolutely a struggle in that respect because it's sort of the chicken or the egg, really, what started. And so to not serve someone because of those substance, when often that's a coping mechanism for the other trauma that's been experienced, that to me, that's that sort of balance.
Okay, and on your site, and I love how you break it up between Fredericton, Moncton, St. John. And I'd like to know how Fredericton's getting to the point that they're at. Because as I look at their stats right now on your website, 347 experienced homelessness for at least one day. 195 chronic. And then when I go on the city of Moncton, 768 first version and 507 the second version. So I'm trying to figure out populations Fredericton's, I think, 72,000, the last census, give or take.
Mhm.
Moncton's, under 90. So I'm just trying to figure out how they're doing it in St. John and being, I don't want to say successful because it's not. One homeless person is not, if there's one left, it's not successful.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering how you're getting your stats and what they're doing there.
Mhm. I'm actually going to invite my my boss as well here. This is
Sure.
Greg Bishop with.
Hello, folks.
Thank you.
Hi, Craig. I've
Thanks,
seen you
Louise.
on TV before, I do believe.
Well, if it was presenting to the Tri-City.
Right.
Was an HBO. Yeah, just quickly want to fill in here. I do work in Fredericton and St. John as well. Of course, great work's being done in the other urban centers as it is in Moncton as well. One thing that I think is most significant in the Moncton context is not what was being done in the other cities, but what happened here in Moncton. And Moncton saw a significant spike in the number of people who are unhoused in its city compared to St. John or Fredericton. And in the shop, we always, for the last 3 years, have said, yeah, what it's been looking like really is St. John plus Fredericton's numbers equals Moncton's numbers. There is not one reason I could tell you that you could point to for that difference, but you saw 4 times the number of people who are experiencing homelessness in 2021 compared to today. So when we were looking at it in 2021, it was about 180 people. Now you're above 700 on a monthly basis. So I think just going back to a few of your points earlier, your questions, as it relates to who we're presenting this to, questions about responsibility, what can the municipality do, what are the feds doing, and so on. The way we've been approaching this work is getting this information in front of as many people as possible. We see it as a multi-government responsibility, multi-department responsibility. One thing that we're noticing is that there are far too many people coming into the homeless experience than leaving. So back to your housing authority questions, yes, the rising tide model works very well. The challenge is they've created 165 in some really difficult circumstances as well. Well, hundreds became homeless. So really important to know that at the CAB Summit event last week here in Moncton, we spent a full day talking about discharge planning from other systems. If 30% of the individuals who are experiencing homelessness came out of child protection services, if 30% of individuals have been incarcerated in the last 12 months, if 30% have been in the hospital at some point in the last 12 months, those are opportunities. We need to early identify who they are and try to come up with whatever plan is possible so that they're not returning back to homelessness. Obviously a very complicated file, but those are some of my observations based on some of the.
Okay, good. And I thank you for that. And I was just wondering, because in Fredericton, I saw a story today from Marcel Lebrun on his project. And I recommend anybody to view it. It's only like a 2-minute story. It came up on MSN or whatever today. And one quote that he did was, you've got to get people out of the crisis first. And to me, that was key right there, to understand that and to hear somebody who's building housing in Fredericton, and he's looking at spending another 1.5 million for up to 200 doors. And I know they're not big because he talks about them being very small, where people can go in, have privacy, have some sort of place to call their home short term, because everybody experiences, to your point, they've got to have a different level of housing before they can get to that final step of housing. So it was interesting to hear him speak today as I sat there and watched it, and knowing your presentation was coming this evening, wondering how we do that in Moncton. How do we do this in Moncton? Because here he is offering this program, 1.5 million. He says, we'll build them, we'll bring them to you, and we'll even run them, and we'll make sure that these people are abiding by rules and regulations. So Vincent, I know you're eager to jump up and answer my question, but we as a council have asked for Mr. Lebrun in years, for many years, to come to us, but we don't get there. So I'm wondering, what's the holdup? Why are we not having these conversations?
Oh, I've definitely, and I've actually taken a trip down to meet Marcel over at his place with Josh a couple years ago when they was first getting started. So that's a wonderful model. We've mimicked it slightly with our partnership with the Josh Initiative through Humanity Project. And to your point, I agree with everything you're saying. We need to be doing more. And the question of a housing authority, I think honestly, we as a municipality should be looking at land banking. One of the biggest barriers for nonprofits, and I'm speaking of this from firsthand knowledge, for developing affordable housing, which I've said this before, I'll say it again, nonprofits are not going to solve the homelessness crisis. They're going to be a big part of solving the homelessness crisis. The problem with the nonprofits developing affordable housing is that there's no money available anywhere to purchase land. There's nothing from FCM, from federal government, provincial government. Once you have land, suddenly the doors open and there's programming for all that.
But to your point, the province has rent subs.
Oh, they're sitting on them.
Sorry?
They're sitting on them.
They're sitting on them. And the reason why they're sitting on them?
There's no affordable housing. There's no landlords that'll take there's a variety of reasons why they wouldn't take those.
Right.
So I think the problem with that sort of positioning with as this being the sort of catch-all sort of solution to homelessness is that you're relying on the market to sort of resolve this issue. We can't. We've relied with the National Housing Strategy for the market for the past 7 years, and we have not much to show for it. We need to think outside of in my opinion, our comfort zones, every level of government and those within our community. And we really should be looking at things outside of the box. So, providing really good terms for for-profit developers to develop 10% of their housing as affordable, it just has not proven to be successful, in my opinion. So I think we really have an untapped potential here with nonprofits. When you invest in nonprofits, you get 100% affordability, if not very close to that.
Okay, and Vincent, I'm glad you're at the mic. Louise, that was all I had really for you. Thank you for your answers. So, Vincent, do we have a report or data on how each nonprofit is structured, how they work, what their success rate is, and how they're funded by the municipality?
Which, I mean,
all nonprofits.
And every field.
Any of them.
All of them or any of them?
All of them.
No.
Anyone that is in this presentation that's associated with it.
Specifically for homelessness and housing.
Yeah, 100%.
So any agency that we do work with or that we provide a grant to, we do have a lot of information from their financials to how they operate. And whenever we provide a grant, whenever I provide a grant to the agencies, there's also an understanding of there's annual reporting and there's an understanding of what the deliverables are. But we don't have a database that has just blanket all of the nonprofits with their success rate and information. That would be quite an undertaking.
Okay, do you think that that's possible, that we can get this information based on the grant system? Because if we're offering grants, then we should at least have some of those answers within the grant system.
Yeah, and that was a big question following local governance reform. So one of the first tasks, and I was on that one of the steering committees for the Regional Service Commission. One of the first tasks that they were charged to do was to sort of do an analysis of what the capacity is in community, where the gaps are, and what would it take to fill in those gaps. We just got the first report from, it was actually the province. It was a person that did work for the Regional Service Commission, then moved to Social Development, who did a sort of initial report on where the gaps are specifically just for the homeless population. So recognizing if you had, I don't remember what the numbers were specifically, but if there were 200 people, they identified that maybe 100 of them required different levels of care. So a special care home or what have you. So that analysis, very initial analysis, finally just been completed by the Regional Service Commission. But that could be something that could happen. But just mind you, that took almost 2 years to get just that report, right?
I can only imagine how big it was. But when everybody sees these numbers that are coming out and sees the factor of over 60% is mental health or addiction services, we have to lower that number. There has to be a way that the services need to increase. Otherwise, this is just a snowball effect. It was mentioned earlier this evening. It's just going to continue. This number from 768 in Moncton is going to grow. I know a friend of mine who threw the number of 500 out last year and just about got run over by all the people in the nonprofit because of what he was saying.
Well, it's more the government, to be honest.
Okay, so it was the government doing what, it wasn't this council.
No, not at all. In fact, the council is very supportive. Yeah.
Let's make sure that we distinguish that, right? Yep. It was other people that were throwing him under the bus, and now we're here today.
Yep.
And we can't go back in time, so we need to figure out how do we go forward in time.
So just to answer that really quickly, a couple points I want to make. what that report didn't show you is how many people within the homeless population of this 800 that we're going to say, how many have a family care doctor?
Yep.
It's close to zero. So when there's access to specialty care, yeah, you can go to the ER. We all have that. It's universal health care. We can get it that way. That's not how you take care of somebody's health. You need somebody to like be monitoring these people and watching what they're being prescribed and adjusting those prescriptions, and even just a medical exam, like just to get some sort of imaging done. You need somebody to be able to look at the imaging after the fact. Like, and so if somebody goes to the ER, sure, they'll get it. No, you don't have anything. But then who's going to be able to read that report back to the individual? So the biggest gap that we have is the vast majority of our homeless population, and even those who are housed within supportive housing, do not have a family care doctor.
And they don't have housing, right? Just like you said. I mean, so we know two gaps automatically, which one is the healthcare system
Yes.
through the province of New Brunswick.
Yes.
And the other one is housing through, of course, province of New Brunswick. You can go social development, you can go, it doesn't matter who, housing NB, right? So if we're short there, we need to have these conversations now because it's going to get worse. And I think it is.
Oh, every time I tell council it's going to get worse. I'm going to say it today. It's going to get worse.
I have no
not going to get
proof
better.
that it is, but just looking at the
You can look at the stats exactly. When I started in 2018, 100 people we were following who were homeless. Now it's 800, and the numbers greater than that because those are the people that we know. And what's been consistent is throughout this is 30% came from foster care. That's I highlight that every time I speak publicly. It's an important number to have.
Yeah,
it's a failure. It shows how much of a failure we are on these individuals.
And I'm glad this is being talked about this evening because I know we tried to talk about this in the past and we've had conversations, but not to this depth. Now we're getting into the conversation of this depth, and I think that's really important. And Vincent, I think that's really all I have for you. I mean, other than seniors and veterans, which jump out at me on the page, every time I'm in oncology once a month, I'm talking to a senior or a veteran, and it just breaks my heart to understand and hear their stories that they're going through. And we just had it this evening from the Food Depot, Peter McKee Center. I mean, seniors increasing coming through the doors, right? And youth. And I see it sitting on the Boys and Girls Club board. I see it with our youth, right? That are experiencing food challenges, food security, all that as well. So I think we got to continue this conversation, Vincent. And I think it's going to have to be the open and honest conversation that you're going to have to bring to council every month so that we make sure that the right people are in the room, that we can make change. Because as I look through the room tonight, we've got nonprofits here that are making dramatic change. But I'd like to see the MLAs. I like to see the ministers.
I agree.
I'd like to see the EAs. Those are the people that are making that final decision at that level to either increase your funding or say, keep your mouth quiet and you'll get your funding.
Yeah.
Right? So let's have that conversation. And I'm not afraid to have that as long as we're all open and we all understand that.
Me too, Councillor. Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Madame Thériault. I do have one comment for the city manager. I would like to bring Mr. Lebrun to Moncton before council to make a presentation to council to show us what he's doing there. Vincent, I know you went. I know Josh went. I know I was on site years ago, and the mailbox was the first thing I noticed. And to me, that showed me that those people understood that they were now valuable. They were recognized. They were going to be loved. They were going to be guided, right? And all that within one community. Now they've got gardens, and he's looking at this other project. So I'll put the request in through the city manager that we get him before council, either being in a committee of the whole or in a public session, and we get you, Vincent, in the room, and we get anybody else that we need in the room, and we start working together on this. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madame Thériault.
Merci, Monsieur Crossman. Conseiller Léger.
Thank you, Councillor Crossman. Councillor Léger.
I guess, first of all, for being here and showing the numbers and so on. I guess there's a couple of things that are striking to me. First of all, we know the numbers in Moncton have been larger. There's no question. And it's interesting when you make the comparison that if you combine St. John and Fredericton together, it's approximately what we're seeing in Moncton. And they certainly have not seen, although their numbers are rising, they've not seen all of the things that Moncton experienced. But keep in mind that Moncton was the fastest growing community in Canada. There were a lot of things that were positive that led us to also find ourselves in this scenario. Unlike St. John, that was not growing anywhere near what Moncton was, and nor was Fredericton. So I think, we need to put things in perspective. One thing, though, I mean, it's always alarming because we see the number of people who are chronically homeless. However, if you take a look even at our numbers, I mean, so month of March, we have 507 who said that they experience homelessness at least once a month, or once in that month. So they're considered chronically homeless. But if you go back to October, and you look at the number of people who are experiencing new chronic homelessness that are being counted, right? Between October and November, we had 30 new people identified, 21 between November and December, 54 between December and January. Then all of a sudden, we're down to 9 between January and February, and down to 12 between February and March. I guess that's what's telling me is that we are making inroads in housing people. And that's the thing that gets missed, is your analogy about, and interestingly, the plumbing analogy about the flow and then how the sink is plugged, is an analogy that Dale Hicks has used a number of times with Rising Tide. And he used that when we as a city council were looking at, what do we do? The reason Rising Tide was created is because the Housing Authority was very complicated, required legislation, and we wouldn't even be there today. And so the Social Inclusion Committee at the time, Dale was on it, and so was Debbie McGinnis and others, were very frustrated. And that's where Rising Tide began, or I guess the Social Inclusion Committee began the conversation of how can we be nimble. I think the thing that has been missed, surprisingly by other communities, and I really can't understand why, but Rising Tide is a model that is backed by the city of Moncton. In some ways, it's an extension of the city. The city provided $6 million of funding and said, you know what, we're the backers. What that did is it enabled that not-for-profit, Rising Tide, to be very different than any other not-for-profit, because it allows the municipality to be linked to Rising Tide, that allowed leveraging of funds. And I still encourage other municipalities to step outside and say, you know what can we do something like that we can be participating in this. And so I think that was really the difference. The authority is what other municipalities have done when they have the right legislation and the right climate. So I think, I'm very pleased with what we did in 2021. That's when the funding started to flow through. And I think there are some positives in that, but it's a challenge. I think, I like the quote, "A place to live, something to do, and then something to love." I think that's really important. And we focus a lot on the housing piece. Maybe Vincent, comment on some of the things that we're missing, though, are the transitional housing pieces. Marcel Lebrun's units in Fredericton serve a specific population. People who, by and large, are probably low acuity, maybe even medium acuity. But in the homeless spectrum, you have people who are just simply homeless. You have people who are homeless for a variety of different reasons because of their childhood and so on, others because of different types of addictions. But we lump everything together. And I think that's been the big thing that maybe you can speak to, that whole continuum. And what are we missing in Moncton right now? And I'd like to, to speak to that.
The easy answer is affordability, right? And you can build affordability, and you can build a skyrise. Where I was going with the market, relying on the market, is not happening. Our skyline changes daily, but we're not adding affordable housing. That's the problem. So what Marcel has done, and what we've done in the past by supporting Rising Tide and the Josh Initiative, is we found a cheaper way to sort of develop housing. Tiny homes that's part of the solution, and I think that's a great opportunity for us as a municipality to start looking at what we can do to quickly develop transitional housing while we wait or incentivize or however we build more traditional affordable housing. So it is really that missing gap. It's really the affordability is the issue. That you can rent right now today if you had a couple thousand probably anywhere, but that's not affordable for most people living, working in Moncton. So the transitional housing piece is a unique piece, and it's I know Marcel's 12 Neighbors initiative is it's permanent housing. For some people, it is transition, just given by the nature of how small the building is. But people can live there potentially, indefinitely. And I think we need to start looking at more of that as a model. And we've had success with Humanity Project as well.
And I think, I would say to all the organizations, you do a lot of really good work, and and yet we always focus on the numbers, they're getting larger and so on. But I think we want to not lose sight of the fact that we are, as a community, making some real change, and there are a lot of wins. Unfortunately, there's a lot of backup, and I think that's extremely important to highlight. A question I would have for the Human Development Council, and perhaps for the future, would be there seems such a long time between November point of time and here we are in May, and there are likely a variety of different factors that make that a reality. But what would happen in the future with respect to that, to shrinking that time frame, and would you go back to a point of time count in the spring or do it differently?
Thank you. I do think that the point in time count being in the fall was good to kind of see a different kind of timeline, I guess, like who is out at what time. When it comes to the point in time count, this year was actually the first year that the Human Development Council completed all aspects of the PIC count internally. My understanding was that in previous years there was sort of an external consultant that was hired for data input as well as to sort of speed that process along. So I will definitely say that that delay was within HDC, and for future we would definitely wanting to reduce that timeline as well. My understanding is that the PIC count has always been federally mandated. I'm fairly sure every other year. I think that there's potentially some change to that upcoming. Yeah.
Okay. In my delivering just remarks to the meeting that was held last week, the community advisory boards, I was struck by the interaction of everyone that participated. There were over 220 different groups, including government there. I think it really showed that partnership and sharing of ideas. Sometimes, that's something that we miss on council, that we don't see the big picture. Well, we see the big picture. We don't really understand sometimes what's happening, every day. I think I was encouraged, Minister Hickey and Minister Miles were there. And so to have a Minister of Housing and the Minister of Social Development together in a room, I think was extremely positive. Their comments were very refreshing in the challenges they see, but the differences that they're making, and they're being very, very much more nimble. And I think that's really important. One thing that I've talked about a number of times, and I bring it up when I have the opportunity, is we know we lack housing. We know we lack affordable housing. But I didn't look today, but in the last time I looked, in terms of short-term rentals, we have well over 600 short-term rentals in Moncton. And so there's a lot of housing out there, and it's a large number. And those are things that we need to also take a look at and see what we can do to try to create a level playing field. But I think, I thank you for the work you do. I thank the YMCA for their presentation and the work that they do. I've had the opportunity to see, unfortunately, but to see Reconnect offer the support to people who really needed it, and it's done in such a professional manner, and it's been very helpful to emergency services who, until pretty recently were the only ones that, or at least they were there all the time, and they're getting some support. So again, thank you very much for being here and for doing what you do, and certainly challenge us on funding that you need and make it such that we, we really need to look at it seriously, and we will. So thank you. Merci.
Merci, Conseiller Légère. Thank you, everyone, for coming.
Thank you, Councillor Leger.
And Madame Lagrafière.
Planning.
City Clerk.
First is the introduction rezoning application 480 528 Ryan Street, and we have Josh Davies to present.
Good evening. Get myself adjusted here. Say, nice to come in. There's no game 7 today, and my Highlanders are doing well, so it's a good day I guess as a former alumni. I don't think they'd let me into the reach for the top team unless they were looking something in the top cupboards maybe, but we'll dive into this one. So this is a rezoning application. Again, it's is this meant to be the East Street one that we were doing first, or is it the Ryan? Okay, just 1 second. I'll just make sure I grab the right file. My apologies. So this original file here is, again, it's an introduction to council, again, with the aim of moving towards a public hearing. The site is located in Ward 3 on Ryan Street. In terms of its existing zoning, the property today is zoned R3 and has a conditional zoning agreement that has been associated with the property dating back to 2005. You'll see as well in the red outline of the property that there is an existing R2 property that is proposed to be included into the R3 zone. So we're looking to do a bit of a blend here. And as the property is subject to this conditional zoning agreement, it is brought before council because they're wishing to change some of the standards that were originally agreed to in 2005. And looking around the area, you'll see a strip of R3 that has been fully built out to the east, again with some residential, predominantly low density residential in the surrounding area, north and south of Ryan, in addition to the Northwest Trail, which this property abuts, shown in green as P1. So this shows the site layout. The proposed development is intended to accommodate 3 4-story apartment buildings, with each building providing 63 units of housing, totaling 189 units between all 3 buildings. Just noting on the site plan that there will be one access that will provide, I guess, the vehicle access to the street from towards all 3 buildings, and the stormwater pond to the south of the property that is designed to accommodate the development that is proposed. Within, you will also see surface parking as proposed and some entrances connecting the proposed development to and from Ryan Street. So just as a concept in terms of forming and what the building will ultimately look like, it can be shown here again with landscaping, setbacks, entrances to the building again from Ryan. And in addition to this, we're seeing a trail connection from the proposed development. It's up to, I guess, on the right-hand side that would connect this development to the Northwest Trail, which ultimately provides access for active transportation users in and around the city. Again, so looking to acquire those, or where we can, those active connections to make sure that we're accounting for density, but they can rely on more than just their personal vehicle to get to where they need to go. So in terms of objectives, looking at the neighborhood designation, which is the underlying and the generalized future land use map and what we're trying to achieve in the neighborhood. This application satisfies neighborhood policies by being located on a collector street, being Ryan Street. It is serviced by public transit, is in proximity to neighborhood services and amenities, and overall it is felt the development continues to an attractive and pedestrian-oriented development. Ultimately, this is an introduction. So administration's recommendation is that Moncton City Council proceed with zoning bylaw amendment Z 220.48 by giving first reading of the bylaw, referring the bylaw to the Planning Advisory Committee for its written views, taking the necessary steps to repeal the conditional zoning agreement between the City of Moncton and Newtown Properties Limited on the subject affected properties dated September 2025. That is registered in the Westmoreland County Registry Office as official number 210-23586 on September 6, 2005, and to set a public hearing for June 16th, 2025, 4 p.m. Council Chambers in Moncton City Hall. Again, like many applications, if the rezoning is approved, it shall be subject to a conditional rezoning agreement, again, with there being a zoning agreement in place on the property with the conditions included too. And I know I'm covering for Sarah today. I know she doesn't normally read these through, but if there are any particular conditions that would need to be discussed, I would be happy to go through them. This would complete my, or sorry, in terms of next steps, the application will go to the Planning Advisory Committee on May 28th. And finally, again, subject to council approval, a public hearing would be set for June 16th of 2025, not 2026. This concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Merci, Josh. We have a motion, so could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Butler and Councillor Steve, who wish to second. Donc, questions from colleagues? Any questions, Conseiller? Conseiller Adjut.
Merci, Madame la Maire. Thank you, Josh. I just wanted to know if there was any anticipation of having any commercial installations on the first floor of this development.
There, at this stage, my understanding is that there is not. There are some limited, I guess because of the zoning agreement, it would have to be included if that were to be proposed. But our understanding at this point is that there would not be any commercial use associated with the development.
It was my understanding that we normally encourage that with large multi-unit developments.
Yeah, I think it's something that we will kind of continue to push for in the right areas. But in this case, there's an existing conditional zoning agreement on the property. And what's being proposed is for that agreement to be amended. So in terms of that original 2005 application, there would not have been any commercial uses that would be continuing. So essentially what they're looking to achieve here is to enable more density than what the conditional zoning agreement of 2005 permitted. So my understanding in terms of the file to date in those discussions is that the commercial component wasn't really discussed at that stage. However, again, if the applicant did decide that they wanted to do that, we would entertain those conversations and see what the approval path would look like to accommodate commercial, if that was a path that they were looking to travel. But again, there's nothing today that, I guess, in terms of the zoning, in terms of the requirements where we could require that to occur. In other examples where we're increasing the density, changing the zoning, then those opportunities for those discussions, if that's council's direction, would be we could pursue those conversations at that time.
I think I understand what you're saying, but it's unfortunate that that wasn't included in my mind on a very busy road like that we're trying to make more into a neighborhood.
Certainly, and we can take that on with the developer as well in between the introduction and the public hearing to see what appetite there may be for that.
Okay.
Something certainly we can ask the question.
Thank you very much.
Merci, Conseiller Adjut. Conseiller Butler.
Thank you, Councillor Edgett. Councillor Butler.
So, yeah, it goes to public hearing, but as of right now, like wasn't this the area we were looking at the 4 doors, like the townhouses? Wasn't that the original?
Yeah, I actually have it. In terms of what the conditional zoning agreement for this property, it applies to a large area. As I'm sure, I think 2005, but it was essentially just sort of a large vacant type farmland that was comprehensively rezoned. So this is a part of that wider conditional zoning agreement. So in terms of the 2005 agreement with respect to this site, they were permitted 4 24-unit buildings on the subject lands, noting again that in 2005, the area was much less developed than it is today, particularly for the condition of Ryan Street. I think it was called Ryan Road back then before it received its upgrades. So now that street has gone from a lower street classification to a collector. So that was what would have been permitted. So essentially we're looking at call it close to 100 units, again, looking to increase the density to that 100, that larger number that I quoted earlier, the total of 189 units across 3 buildings.
Okay,
But to answer your question, I guess with respect to the townhouses did not apply specifically to this part of that development. I think that other parts of that comprehensive conditional zoning area has townhouses and row houses built into it. I believe the property adjacent has some of those.
all right, I'll wait for the public hearing. Thank you.
Yeah.
See, Conseiller Butler, no other questions. We will go to the vote. So it is electronic vote. So it is unanimous. Yes, is that correct? C'est beau. Merci. Merci à tous. Merci, Josh.
Up next is the introduction rezoning application 145 East Street. Josh?
Me again, yeah. Yep, again, another introduction for council consideration this evening. This application is an amendment to rezone 145 East Street from the existing R2 zone to a residential mixed zone, being RM. And the purpose of the rezoning application is to accommodate 2 row house dwellings for a total of 12 residential units, the applicant being Excel Property Group, who are the landowner. In terms of siting, the property is located in Ward 1, east of Harrisville Boulevard and just north of the Shediac Road, in an area that is seeing quite a bit of development in terms of new construction. And it's important to note, too, that the site is also located within the Harrisville and Shediac Road development charge areas. In terms of existing zoning and an aerial you'll see on the left-hand side of the screen, this is a large residential lot. Larger than what you would see in a conventional, suburban neighborhood, left into a big block. The existing base in the middle being the R2, and what is proposed is the residential mix, as you'll see on the right-hand side. And again, that property has frontage to East Street. In terms of the site plan, you'll see, again, 2 buildings. Having 2 main buildings on a lot is the only zoning item in terms of the zoning bylaw that would need approval, as there would be 2 main buildings on the lot. Other than that, it satisfies the conditions and the regulations of the residential mixed zone. You'll see a 2-way driveway providing surface level parking to the units. Again, those units are designed, and I have a slide a little further that shows the rendering composition in terms of the height and the massing. But it is important just to note that this development is able to be accommodated on the size without a large number of variances to try to make it squeeze in. It is an appropriate size lot for the type of development that is proposed. So again, this is the concept rendering. Again, so you're looking at 2 stories in terms of the heighting and the massing of the building, very complementary to the height and the built form of what's around it in terms of the scaling. And the units themselves are largely set back from the street. Again, in order to mitigate that visual impact that we could see for some larger buildings that often can raise concern amongst the existing property owners. Again, another color rendering to show landscaping, pedestrian connections through the sidewalk to the street. And again, sort of showing how that built form will interact ultimately with the neighborhood or the established area that it is proposed to be constructed in. Again, another similar version that's looking at the second building in focus. You'll see again that surface parking, bicycle parking, everything being located on site, and again meeting the standards and regulations of the zoning bylaw. And in terms of the materials that the developer is proposing to use is the various shades and tones of stone masonry and vinyl material that comply, as I mentioned, with the standards that are expected of the RM zone for a row house type development. In terms of recommendations, administration recommends that Moncton City Council proceed with zoning bylaw amendment Z-222.46 by giving first reading of the bylaw, referring the bylaw to the Planning Advisory Committee for its written views, and setting a public hearing for June 16th, 2025 at 4 p.m. in council chambers at Moncton City Hall. Again, the standard conditions and that we typically use, again, relating to development charges, relating to agreements, Again, we can talk about any of these conditions if there's any, I guess, questions or need for discussion. And in terms of our next steps, similar to the previous application, May 28th for the Planning Advisory Committee, and ultimately a public hearing on June 16th, 2025. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Merci, Josh. We have a motion. So Councillor Crossman, do you wish to move the recommendation? And Councillor Leblanc, do you wish to second the recommendation? C'est beau. So any questions from colleagues? No questions? So we move to the vote. It's an electronic vote. Motion passed. Merci à tous.
Next is the public hearing zoning bylaw amendment 1430, 1450 Elmwood Drive. There was objections and it was postponed to May 5th, 2025. Josh Davies is here to present.
Thank you. As mentioned, this is a public hearing, an application to rezone 1430, 1450 Elmwood Drive from R2 and suburban commercial to a total R3 multiple unit dwelling zone. The purpose of the application is to accommodate 2 apartment buildings for a total of 73 residential units on the lot, the applicant being Frederick Fournier of that New Brunswick numbered company. In terms of location, we're looking, as I mentioned, on Elmwood Drive, in close proximity to Royal Oaks in Ward 1. So this is the state of the current zoning and what is being proposed. You'll see on the aerial that there are 2 properties today. It is proposed that these 2 properties be consolidated to form one larger property. And in order to do that, the developer looked at terms of the zoning, what would fit in relative to the project that is being proposed. And the mix of zonings is proposed to go from that R2 that you'll see in yellow on the current zoning with suburban commercial, that pink to the south, and ultimately consolidating to one zone being the R3, which is proposed today. I will go back to, can I go back just 2 slides? Sorry, Kyle. In terms of, can you go back to the zoning, which is the previous slide? Perfect, thank you. Just in terms of what is sitting in and around this area, you'll see suburban commercial development to the south, the ID zone to the north, which is the Royal Oaks neighborhood, which had its own, again, integrated development zoning at the time of its approval, I believe in the late 90s. And to the east, you'll see the aviation industry zone, not one that we deal with a bit, and I'll be able to touch on that, I guess, as part of the discussion and some of the objections that were received. But again, showing the zoning, the composition of what is existing today relative to what is being proposed in this application. So again, by consolidating those lots into one lot and accommodating a development, the proposed development, as I mentioned, is to accommodate 2 3-story apartment buildings. Each building, building A, which is the top of this image, proposes 38 units, while building B, the building to the south, is proposed to have 35 units, totaling 73. Surface parking is located behind the buildings, providing an appropriate built form at the street level. Development proposes 83 total parking spaces, including 4 barrier-free parking spaces, and to provide outdoor bicycle parking at the rear. The perimeter of the lot is landscaped, and there is a proposed fence along the rear yard where it abuts the R2 zoned land. This provides an aerial, or I guess a visual from a facade component of what this building will look like. The exterior of the building is to be composed entirely of traditional materials, including stone on the first floor and wood siding on the second and third floors, which would go above and beyond the design standards prescribed by the zoning bylaw. Again, showing the rendering of the building, again, this quality built form proposed and believed by administration, supported to fit well within the existing area.
It's important to note that we did receive two letters for the, or I guess two letters with respect to objections on this file. And if we could, Kyle, sorry to bother you again, could we go back to slide 4? Just help me visually to kind of discuss what was proposed. So in terms, one more forward. Yes, thank you. In terms of objections, there were letters received. And one was an objection, and the other, sorry, was a support of the application, but just outlining some concerns. The first was an objection due to the proximity of the subject lots to the airfield runway across the street, being McEwen Airfield. So again, this is not something that the city typically deals with as the Greater Moncton Airport being located in Dieppe. Airport's not something that we typically deal with on a day-to-day basis, though we do have this zone that we'll be discussing here today. So administration reviewed the subject application with NAVCAN and Transport Canada to confirm whether there were any regulations or limitations on development on the subject land given its proximity to this airfield. So we were lucky to get a hold of Transport Canada in terms of having that conversation, and they were able to confirm, being Transport Canada, that the McEwen Airfield does not have an airport zoning regulation, which is the federal regulation under the Aeronautics Act that restricts the height of buildings and structures on regulated land surrounding an airport that has an airport certificate that is in force. And it is the understanding of administration that that is not the case for the McEwen Airfield. Transport Canada further confirmed that they would be the only authority under the Aeronautics Act that would prevent any construction around the Aerodome, being the landing space and the operating portion of that airport. They further noted that given the location, Transport Canada may require that the subject structure or building be marked and or lit in order to ensure aviation safety if, again, it goes through the process to become a federally regulated airfield, which it is not today. The second letter that was received indicated that they supported the development generally, but had concerns relating to traffic congestion, access points, and pedestrian safety in this area. And I know I'll run through some of our points in terms of response and the work that was done. And my colleague Renee Lagacé is here to answer any traffic-related questions. But in terms of the response, the Elmwood Drive is a provincially designated highway that functions as an arterial roadway through the city of Moncton. The proposed widening of Elmwood Drive in between Granite and Cedarwood Avenue to 3 lanes with a multi-use pathway on one side and sidewalk on the other side is a joint project being explored between the provincial government and the city of Moncton. This part of Elmwood specifically has already been widened with a left turning lane in front of the subject lands, in addition to a multi-use trail on one side, sidewalk on the other. The timing of the remainder of the widening project on Elmwood Drive is currently unknown and is subject to provincial funding. And again, how this is important to note that this also remains a high priority project for the city and also at that level, at the provincial level, to undertake this work. Additionally, the city recently completed a transportation corridor review of Elmwood Drive, and one of the recommendations is to provide additional crossings, being pedestrian crossings at crosswalks or signalized intersections on the section between Granite Drive and Cedarwood, including one at Cedarwood. These improvements will be made in conjunction with the widening project that we were referring to earlier. Back. Okay. So with that being said, in terms of the feedback and the discussion, and I believe the package in terms of the correspondence with respect to the airfield was included as part of the package with council, and in addition to, I believe, the content in terms of the Elmwood Drive and the traffic as well, and we'd be happy to take any further questions on that. So in terms of a recommendation, the recommendation from administration is that Moncton City Council approve zoning bylaw amendment being bylaw Z 222.44 and schedule A.44 subject to a resolution with conditions, including but not limited to, and again, there's a suite of conditions that have been recommended, including an opaque fence, landscaping, a lot of the typical conditions that we do input relating to development. And that actually concludes my presentation. And if there are any questions, I would be happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Josh.
Thank you so very much, Josh.
Do you wish to add something to what Josh just said?
Yeah, I can take it very loud.
You're fine? Okay. And Any objectors? No, we don't have anyone objecting to this evening.
We did receive the objections, but I'm not sure if there are any objectors present.
So then I will move to council. So for questions. Conseiller Léger.
Merci, Madame la Mairesse. Thanks, Joss.
Thank you, Your
We have in writing the response to the objection of the height, even though that airport is not a federally regulated one. Staff is satisfied and legal satisfied that we are okay moving with this project unless Transport Canada intervenes, but they were made aware of this being built and they have no objections. That's what I've heard, and we have it in writing. And so from a council's perspective, we're okay with any possible future outcomes.
That's right, yeah. And again, the key point being whether or not the airfield is federally regulated, and in this instance, it is not. Again, so if it were to become federally regulated again in the future, I'm assuming that they would need to go through the appropriate approval processes in terms of the built environment and what is around it in order for that to receive that certificate at the federal level to operate the airfield.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Et Conseiller Léger, Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci beaucoup, Madame le Maire.
Thank you, Councillor Léger. Councillor Bourgeois, thank you, Your Worship.
Rather trivial, but in the maps, there's a consolidation of two lots. And between those two lots becoming one, there's another one, but there's a very, well, it looks like small strip of land. Is that wide enough for a house, or is that supposed to be an access road to the back, to the western part of the other lot?
If you bear with me for a second, maybe, oh, thank you. Are you referring to the area to the north? That purple area?
It looks like there's a, well, a yellow line. Is that dividing between the lot that we are considering and the lot where there is presently a building?
Yeah, I believe that I would have to double check, but that it looks to me like that is forming a part of the right of way. If you're referring to that little, yeah, I believe that would form either part of the right of way that might be private property today, but as it doesn't have a zone, it effectively acts as a right of way to access to and from the property.
On the west.
Yeah, because the right of way kind of for the sidewalk and potential, I guess the city right of way begins south of that. So I believe that's how that would function. Yeah.
And would that, let's say it becomes or is intended to become an access road to the land that's zoned R2 to the left, to the west of it, would there be an access from the proposed development that we are considering today southward onto that access road?
Yeah, I believe what we will see is the R2 property that exists today. That will be the way that the parking structure in terms of the map is laid out is that the access is effectively being abandoned, and the access is more central to what the consolidated property will look like. So I believe if there needs to be, I guess, a stop up and close, or that needs to be curbed so that access today is effectively abandoned. And I can follow up as well, because it's not related directly to the application, but through the subdivision process, perhaps that small portion will come to the city as part of a right-of-way when it comes time to doing that work.
Okay, all right, that's my concern. My other question is more substantive. The fourth condition says, and I quote, that notwithstanding Schedule D of the zoning bylaw, the number of surface parking spaces is permitted to be reduced from 92 spaces to 83 spaces. One part of the question, part A, is why are we considering reduction of what number of parking spaces? There was never anything before. Or did I miss something along the way? And the second one is on the top of that page, it says there will be 84 parking stalls, not 83. So is there a typo somewhere?
I believe the condition is correct, that it is 83 parking spaces. And I believe, and again,
Condition says 83, yeah.
Yeah, so I think the condition would be that it would be down to 83 parking spaces. And I believe that the reason for I guess the site is unable to accommodate relatively due to the parking aisles. So if you look at the parking aisles, they're all two-way. In order to accommodate more, I guess, more parking spaces to meet the full requirement, they would probably jiggle around a little bit with those two ways for the properties, I guess, to access to and from. And I believe in terms of reducing the variance, staff felt comfortable that they could be accommodated. So essentially, we're looking at, again, that total of 73 units with 83 parking spaces. So we're slightly above the 1-to-1. And again, as I believe that there was transit running out there. There's existing circumstances where perhaps not every occupant of one of those units will need a car. So staff felt because we're still at that 1-to-1 ratio, that they were comfortable to proceed with that reduction in parking.
Okay, but there's no explanation in the rest of the CRF. Was it because initially we had approved 92 spaces, and after, between the first reading and now, you managed to convince the developers to go from 92 to 83? Is that it? Or where does the 92 come from that we have to reduce?
I believe the 92 comes from the parking. So the parking schedule has a requirement, and I believe in this area, because of its location, you're looking at, I believe it's a 1.25 spaces per unit ratio. And in this case, given the request, again, because I guess I didn't handle the file at the very beginning, but in terms of the ultimate recommendation that's before you tonight, Council, the administration is comfortable with that slightly above 1-to-1 ratio versus what the bylaw prescribes for that area in terms of the parking spaces required.
So that's where the 92 comes from.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it would be the 1.25, and we're comfortable, again, reducing it, but knowing as well that each unit has at least one space.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Merci, Madame la Maire.
Merci, Conseiller Bourgeois. Conseiller Richard.
Merci, Marie Thériault. Thanks, Josh. Stepping up.
Councillor Richard. Thank you, Mayor Thériault. Merci. Thank you, Josh.
With the objector, one of the objectors, what adjustments, or did they give us any adjustments that would have to be done so that the airstrip's not compromised?
Yeah,
without the crane consideration.
And maybe, I'm not sure if I can defer to Nick if there's anything on the legal side of things, but the understanding that we have today from an administrative standpoint is that airfield does not have any federally regulated standards applying to it. So unlike the YQM or I always call it YQM, but the Greater Moncton Airport has zoning within the Dieppe zoning bylaw in terms of how tall buildings can be, and it's set in and it's established, it's regulated through zoning. We don't have that today because that airfield is not federally regulated. So my understanding is that if this airfield would wish to resume, they would have to have those conversations with Transport Canada and meet those standards. So I think Transport Canada had advised that they may need to put markings on the height of the building so that planes, assuming we will get a certificate and they are federally regulated to operate again, that there may be some things that need to be done for some of these buildings in and around the surrounding area to accommodate that aviation use. Yeah. But today those rules do not apply because they're not, they don't have that federal certificate to operate.
Okay. Also, they mentioned a certain safety assessment, and I'm just asking, has that been done? Because they're asking as well. I'm not sure if that was replied to the objector.
Safety assessment in terms of the operating of the airport? Of the airfield, sorry?
Here we go. To date, we have not seen any report studies or other documentation that indicates that the city has undertaken a safety assessment of the potential risks associated with the rezoning. If such an assessment has been conducted, we hereby request that all related documents, evaluations, and findings be disclosed to us without delay.
Yeah, so my understanding, and again, I guess I think my colleagues in legal are here, is that we did, again, do our diligence to make sure that we understood what the rules of play were, and then that was those conversations with Transport Canada. And my understanding is that the correspondence was then shared with the objector or I guess the owner of the airfield. And again, trying to distinguish what is and what's not happening on the airfield. Our understanding is that the airfield is not operating. Transport Canada has advised that they are not federally regulated at this time, and therefore, I guess there was not really much to look at in terms of mitigation because the airfield is not operating today. And if it was, then the city would have to have those zoning standards in place in the zoning bylaw to ensure that heights and all those things are restricted because there is an operating airfield, but that is not the situation today.
I mean, my question is basically, I'm looking at the maps and the airstrip is pointed directly towards that property, so.
Yeah, again, so I think the Transport Canada had made that point that if the airfield ever were to resume, there may be some enhancements or some things that would need to be done to those buildings in order to clearly mark them for planes that would be coming and going, but that would only be relevant if the airfield were to begin operating again.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Merci, Conseiller Richard. Conseiller Cross.
Thank you, Councillor Richard. Councillor Crossman.
Take your time.
Oh, sorry, no, you go ahead.
Okay. And you want to chime in?
Was
on something?
there anything you wanted to jump in on? Okay.
Okay,
no,
perfect.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, sorry, I thought maybe Ann had something to Councillor Richard.
Oh, no, I think we were
Questions?
just clarifying in terms of where the runway was relative to the subject property. But I think, no, I think we're all square, unless Ann wants to jump in here.
Just a quick clarification. Just, it's hard to evaluate something that is not there to evaluate is basically what I wanted to add. We've verified with NavCan and Transport Canada, and there's no airport zoning regulation that applies to this property. And just to clarify, that's not zoning according to our bylaw. That's it's federal regulation under the Aeronautics Act. So if it's non-existent, there's nothing for us to examine.
Thanks for that, Ann. I appreciate that. Josh, you had talked about, I sit on the fence on the development, and I'll tell you, I mean, it's in the ward. I understand it. I know where it's located. I live not far from it. I support it for housing reasons. I understand that it's on a bus route. I get the sidewalk. City staff do a great job cleaning it for the school kids, you know, so we'll have all that access. What I'm concerned about is the traffic on Elmwood Drive, and you mentioned it, that, you know, this Elmwood Drive McLaughlin corridor study that was done, and the increase of pedestrians getting from, I'm going to say, the left side of Elmwood, where the development will be, over to the number one jewel in Moncton, which is the Irishtown Nature Park, and getting to explore that. So I want to figure out, how do we get from the apartment complex across the road to Irishtown Nature Park?
I can.
And hold on, just one more thing before you. We've got 800 plus homes in that mini home, in that Pine Tree, and I think there's about 125 homes to 200 in at Royal Oaks. So I'm trying to figure out, how do we do this so that we can get people physically active, go ahead with the development, and make Elmwood Drive safer with some sort of, and I'm not talking a pedestrian flashing rapid light, preferably three colors: red, which means stop. I don't know how many people go through red lights nowadays. Yellow is caution, and the green. So I'm trying to figure out, how do we do this?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at it, and then I'm sure Renee can pick up the pieces. I think what we're looking at in terms of the Elmwood widening project, again, working through the city engineering department and working with the province, is to kind of come up with those sort of solutions. So in terms of, to your point around, like, these are the things that we need to have. Those things should be getting designed into the project if the widening is being considered. That is the time to incorporate those things, whether it's a separated bike lane, whether it's, again, pedestrian access, to your point around not only a signalized intersection, but what type of signalized intersection it is for pedestrians. And the nice thing is that through this work, and because of other projects that have come through, we'll be looking at a development charge bylaw. So in terms of that work, those items need to be identified in terms of what they are related to infrastructure in order for them to be included in the development charge. So that's where we have those discussions around, what type of infrastructure do we need? We want it to be safer. We want it to be more active for pedestrians. We want it to be more active for cyclists. Well, that's where we include all of that, so that we were accommodating as many of those things within the city right of way as we can, to your point, to make sure that they're safe, to make sure that you're ticking all those boxes.
Okay, and Renee, you'll probably add to that. I guess I understand that completely, but we did go out and we did do the Elmwood Drive and the McLaughlin study. We do have stats. We do have that information. So where do we go from here?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Crossman. So as part of the Elmwood Drive corridor study, we did the entire corridor, not just a section that we know needs to be widened. And this particular development actually falls, as you notice, in the section that's already widened.
Right.
One of the recommendations, or some of the recommendations in the Elmwood corridor, is to have more pedestrian crossings from east to west. And some of them we can actually implement without having the widening piece the missing piece done. One of that crossing is actually at Cedarwood. Obviously, when we do a pedestrian crossing, we want a landing place. We don't want to cross. We don't have a crossing where there's no sidewalk and no trails on the other side. In this particular case, we could actually move ahead with some of these recommendations. And to your point of the type of crossing, when we look at the type of signalization, in this case, Elmwood Drive, I would bet that because of the traffic, because of the speeds, this would probably be a half signal that is called, and it's essentially a traffic light. Like you say, the pedestrian will push the button, but it will actually act as a amber. Go ahead. Yeah.
Similar to Elmwood Drive in, right by the Esso on Elmwood Drive, the industrial park. Just across from, sorry? McLeese. There's one of these on McLeese.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
University Drive, right in front of the Georges Dumont, same thing there. It's a pedestrian crossing, but that is physically like a traffic signal. So that is all based on the standards that, as you know, we follow tax standards. But when the street becomes to a certain point, when the volumes generate is to a certain point, and the speeds, this is what the recommendation is. As far as I just want to add a few things on the traffic. As far as I think it's really important to point out that this development is part of the urban growth boundary, and it was compensated into the traffic corridor study. So when the consultant looked at the corridor study, it had a piece of parcel in it, because again, it's part of the urban growth boundary. I always like to break down the trip generation. There was not a traffic impact study done for this development because it was not large enough to trigger that. But there was a trip generation, which is just an estimate of how much we can look at as far as the trips being generated. We're looking at about 30 vehicles per hour in the peak morning rush, and about 40 vehicles per hour in the afternoon. So we're looking at 1 to 2 vehicles per 2 minutes. Just kind of like to break that down for council here. And obviously, the traffic concerns that we're seeing right now on Elmwood Drive is part of an existing problem or existing concern that we're trying to resolve with the province, as you know, and we're working on an application right now to get that through the Canadian Housing Infrastructure Fund, which is a federal program for infrastructure. Thank you.
Okay, so what you're basically telling me is the Elmwood Drive McLaughlin corridor study that was done.
Yes.
There are recommendations that will come from that.
Correct.
But we don't have a time frame, basically, for this said piece of land until we hear from the province of New Brunswick to stand there at the podium and do the funding improvements for Elmwood Drive?
Just to clarify, there are certain recommendations such as crossings, like pedestrian crossings, that we could implement without the province. Because there's already, for instance, in this section where the development is or proposed, there are sidewalks on one side and multipurpose trail on the other. So we could have next year as part of capital works projects, if approved as a budget, we could have a new pedestrian crossing at, let's say, Royal Oaks, one of the Royal Oaks at Elmwood Drive crossing, or even Cedarwood on the north side, if you wish, because Cedarwood is the cutoff where it goes from, an urban street to a rural. So there's certain components we could do on our own, independent from the province. As far as the widening itself, because it's a provincially significant highway, this is where we need to work with the province, and that's where council approve or directed administration to apply for funding under the SHIF, or the Canadian Housing Infrastructure Fund.
Okay, and when did we apply for that funding?
So we are actually working on the application now, because the first stream was a direct stream where we had 3 projects that was, quote, shovel ready, and Elmwood Drive is not. So we are now working on the long-term and a provincial / municipal fund, which is the second stream, and it just opened up recently. And we were, again, directed by council to do this application, and that's something I worked on actually last week. So we are pushing to get the draft application by the end of this month, and hopefully early June, it's pushed to through the funding stream.
Okay, and I appreciate your answer, because that was one of my comments that I was going to make in my councillor statements to the CAO, was where we're at on that application. But you've just seemed to answer it for me to the best of your ability right now. But I can tell you that I am being approached by other elected officials throughout Moncton, MLAs, ministers, that want to get this project done, and they're not seeing that funding request come forward. They haven't seen it come forward in the past. And they know that it's top 3 for Moncton. I
Right.
do believe, Elaine, we got 4.2 million or so set aside for this project, you know, and they did not receive any funding requests from the city in the past. So I just want to make sure that, and you answered my question perfectly. I agree with you 100%. I won't need to ask the CAO that, you know, as long as I know that it's going through and it's going to be processed. With regards to the light, the intersection controlled light, whatever you want to call it, I want to work with you on that. Really, we've got to do something to enhance people to get across the street to Elmwood Drive, across Elmwood safely to the Irishtown Nature Park, which has the beautiful multi-use trail on the right-hand side and a sidewalk on the left. You know, we've got to do something to encourage that. And it's not only going to encourage it, but it's going to slow traffic down. And I mean, I go out every night and there's people passing me in the middle lane. I've given up on calling RCMP because we don't have a traffic division. You know, my biggest fear is somebody's going to want to turn left into this development and get rear-ended, or somebody coming from Irishtown, because it's, I think, the 2nd or 3rd busiest roadway in Moncton, and get head-on collision. Like, I don't know how we go around that. I love the markings. I appreciate that, but I think the control light will help encourage
Yeah,
proper driving.
and to add to that, I think it's perfect timing because we are looking at 2026 capital works budget. We're getting into these discussions right now. So those are discussions we want to bring with council as far as what we're proposing next year for our traffic signal budget, because we do have an annual budget. And so we're going to look at those locations. And again, trying to focus on the area that is just outside the widening, because again, we don't want to cross people when there's no landing area. There's nothing for them to receive or to land on. So, but there are certain areas today that have that sidewalk on one side and multipurpose trail on the other. So we'll look at those locations.
Good, great. And I thank you for those answers. Josh, thank you as well. They completely convinced me to understand a better aspect on how we're safely going to make people get from one side to the other and encourage people to live in the apartment buildings as well. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Merci, Conseiller Crossman. Conseiller Kingston.
Thank you, Councillor Crossman. Councillor Crossman.
Thank you. Merci, Madame. Thank you. Josh, just I guess in my own mind, that the objectors are satisfied with the response. I think Heritage Commercial had indicated, and it may be a moot point, piggybacking on Councillor Richard's point, that the airfield's not operating today. It's not federally regulated. So the point about the proposed building site lies within the critical area used for takeoffs and landings. Addition of high-density residential structure in this location will severely interfere with safe aeronautical operations, posing an unacceptable risk not only to pilots and passengers, but to future residents of the apartment and surrounding area. That's a heavy paragraph as an objection. Can you shed some light on that it's been met, I guess?
Yeah, I believe so. Just due to the conversations that were held with NAVCAN and Transport Canada with regard to what is and what isn't in terms of operation. So the understanding again at the City of Moncton is that there is no operating in terms of federally regulated airport operating there today. So it has ceased operations, and from an enforcement and from a what we can legally, I guess, impose and consider is that those are not considerations that we can put in because the Aeronautics Act, does not apply to that property.
Sure.
So in terms of the diligence, I know Sarah and the legal team worked very hard in terms of making sure, again, to make sure that council has that comfort level in terms of its decision-making. And again, further to the recommendation, unless there's anything else to add in terms of Nick or the legal team, very comfortable in terms of assessing the risk and making sure that an appropriate response was given, not only to the objector, but also that so that council can make its best informed decision.
Great. Thank you, Josh. Merci beaucoup. Merci, Madame Addis. Thank you.
Merci, Conseiller Kingston. If there is no one else,
Thank you, Councillor Kingston.
public hearing closed. So we have a motion. I need a mover. Conseiller Crossman, did you have a question? You move, okay. Conseiller Leblanc, seconded. We will go to the electronic vote. Merci, motion carried. Merci, Josh.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, Josh.
Statements by members of council, exposé des membres du conseil.
Ah, merci, Madame la greffière.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. How should we proceed? Can I have the floor first? So first of all, I'd like to thank our stylist.
Conseiller Richard, it's really appreciated. I would like to take a moment to extend congratulations to our Moncton Wildcats. They've had an exciting season so far, capped by winning the 2025 Quebec Major Junior Hockey League Championship yesterday. Cette victoire sur l'Océanique de Rimouski hier a permis
Their victory over the Oceanic of Rimouski earned them the Gilles Courteau Trophy for the third time in the history of the franchise. Congratulations to Mr. Derving, Chief Coach Mike Duggal, and all of the players of the Wildcats for their amazing season.
Caleb Desnoyers for being named Player MVP. Can someone explain to me what is a most valuable player? Merci, Conseiller Kingston. I would also like to express our gratitude to former City of Moncton Councillor and New Brunswick MLA Greg Turner and his wife Claudette, who were instrumental in bringing this top-level hockey to Moncton back in the late 80s or early 90s. Donc, c'est pas fini. There will... I know we will be watching this Friday as the Wildcats head to Rimouski for the 2025 Memorial Cup. Donc, bonne chance à l'équipe. On est de...
Good luck to the Moncton Wildcats. Even the artists are with you. Councillor Bourgeois. Thank you, Your Worship. Just a special request, maybe. The New Brunswick government 2 weeks ago announced a freeze of real estate assessments, and it could have a significant impact on the city of Moncton. I don't really like a government meddling with the private market, so I understand the rationale. They want to reduce the burden, the tax burden of taxpayers, but to me, it's going to amount to robbing Peter to pay Paul. So there's a significant financial risk there for the city of Moncton. That's at least my understanding, and I would like to have a discussion at council about options for us to maybe convince the government to not meddle in the affairs of cities, because this would affect our revenues. I know we want to please taxpayers, but I'm not convinced that the provincial government really understands the ramifications of what they're doing. To me, it's not the right decision. I'm trying to open the floor for a discussion about the possible ramifications of this decision, because we are starting to prepare for our budgetary process. So we'd like to know a bit more about that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Bourgeois. Mr. Doucette.
Thank you for the question. This is definitely something the administration is trying to consider. Finance is looking into the impact of this decision, and once we're done, we will bring it to council for discussion. Madam Clerk? Oh, Councillor Crossman. I'm so sorry. I hadn't seen your light on.
Madam Thériault. There, right back at you. Mr. CAO, now that the federal election is over, what is the time frame to bring all three levels of government to come together to discuss ways we can work together with regards to social issues, public safety, housing, seniors, youth, infrastructure, and et cetera. Do you have any time frame?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. We haven't considered that, but it's something we can put into the calendar and reach out to all levels of government to arrange.
Yeah, I think now would be the time since we are officially done the federal election for now. Two other things. One, where are we at with the scooters across the city? Attending the Wildcats game on Saturday night, coming out of the Avenir Center, and they were basically, I want to say it, scooting by everybody pretty recklessly. So there doesn't seem to be any sort of rules or regulations with regards to this going on within the city. Do we have anything on this?
So administration has been working, has been meeting over the last couple of weeks to look at the situation. I believe we'll have something by the end of the month in regards to our path forward on potential bylaws and whatnot. So actually, administration had a conversation about that this morning.
Okay, good to know. With regards to Elmwood Drive, and I know Mr. CAO Renee had answered my question, did the City of Moncton ever send a letter to Department of Transportation requesting funding or any sort of meeting to discuss the widening of Elmwood Drive and the safety factor?
I would have to check if we've sent them a letter. I know that we've had some conversations with the province at the officials level, but I'd have to check if we've sent them a letter or not.
Okay, that'd be good. If you wouldn't mind getting back to me on that, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And Madam Mayor, you pretty much covered the Go Cats Go. Congratulations. So I'm really, really excited about the Wildcats' next adventure to the Memorial Cup. It's been a great season. They've had great fan base. Our own Marty Kingston is the voice of the Wildcats and will continue to be the voice of the Wildcats, hopefully in the Memorial Cup. And hopefully we will have the Wildcats back here with 2 trophies, Marty, the Memorial Cup and the Quebec Junior Cup as well. So that is the goal. So thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate it.
Merci, Conseiller Crossman.
Thank you, Councillor Crossman. Madam Clerk?
Notice of motion to discourage surface parking in the downtown by Councillor Bourgeois. I think Elaine O'Quay will speak.
Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, Deputy Mayor and members of council. I'll just take a few minutes to go over the information that we included in administration report on the motion to discourage surface parking in the downtown, and then we can take some questions on the subject. Parking in the downtown has been a contentious issue in Moncton for many years. It is not the best use of these valuable downtown pieces of land. However, the city has implemented various initiatives in the past since 2015 to try to help promote downtown redevelopment as well as intensification of these surface parking lots. For example, in the municipal plan and zoning bylaw, there's some provisions and design standards for the parkings that are currently allowed. And also new development are no longer required to provide for on-site parking for their project. Also in 2017, the Downtown Community Improvement Plan was developed, and that plan includes a vision for downtown Moncton and what would be the best use for some of these surface parking lots and other properties in the downtown. And in 2015, a council-mandated working group was created to also try to explore opportunities to address these challenges and help densify those properties in the downtown. In 2015, the Downtown Core and Heritage Financial Incentive Program was launched, followed in 2018 by the Central Business District Business Improvement Area Financial Incentive Program. So in the past 10 years, 16 applications were processed, 10 of which contributed to the redevelopment of surface parking lots, which was about 836 new residential units. There's also 2 additional downtown developments, the Hyatt and an apartment building on Gordon Street that were also redeveloped but weren't part of the financial incentive program. So that's why they don't show up in these numbers. They were, however, quite significant as well for the city. The total new residential units in the downtown since 2017 is about 1,200. And we've also seen increasing building permit values since 2017, which consists with the construction of the Avenir Center, which also helped promote and spark some construction and redevelopment of downtown properties. So really, in summary, the incentive programs have really shown to be beneficial for promoting downtown redevelopment in densification. Construction activity remains strong in the downtown and everywhere in the city. We've had, again, in 2025, a really strong start with high building permits values. Therefore, we don't believe that additional incentives or other means are required at this time, as redevelopment is happening on its own, and the programs are showing to be effective. Not to say that there doesn't remain a large number of surface parking lots in the downtown. There's still a high number of parking lots. There are, however, a number of projects also in the pipeline that are, not yet official, but that we're aware are coming, and we are working with developers on, bringing that to fruition, as well with the help of our incentive program. Additionally, purchasing downtown land, which is very valuable land, would put a financial burden on the city, so it could compete with other projects that the city has prioritized. So, that's what we have in the report, and we can answer questions as needed. Thank you.
Merci, Lynn. We do have a recommendation. So could I have a seconder, a mover and a seconder for the motion that we have? Conseiller Bourgeois, do you wish to move the recommendation? No, it's a.
Well, on a point of order, it's a motion. We already made it. We have staff making their comments and their advice, and I appreciate but it comes back to the original motion. So, okay, I'll repeat the motion that I read a month or so ago. I'll let Councillor Crossman second it again, if that's the way you want to proceed. I find it very silly, but that's section 15 again. But anyways, we'll pass it. I do have questions, but I'll wait until the end as the mover to ask my questions and express my opinions on the staff report. Thank you. Merci.
Bon, merci. On a une motion. Oui. Ça, c'est la motion de. Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. So could I have a mover and a seconder for the motion, please? C'est la motion de conseiller Bourgeois. Donc, on n'a pas besoin de.
It's Councillor Bourgeois' motion, so we don't need. Okay, so we'll move on to questions. Are there any questions?
Conseiller Léger.
Councillor Leger?
Thank
you, Your Worship.
There's been success with respect to the incentive program in developing 10 vacant lots. But there's nothing that changes the fact that a developer or whoever owns the property could just sit on it for years. We're waiting for them to develop a project. And I think that is probably the fundamental question in terms of how do we make it such that properties need to be developed. Okay, and I think that's more important, and that's the question I ask. We have all these abandoned buildings that are sitting there. We have all kinds of resources that the city puts in to maintain the integrity of buildings, fire prevention, and so on. We spend a ton of money, but there's absolutely nothing there that gives us any jurisdiction other than we go in and we compete, we buy, and so on. Which, you know, in a sense, we can have a plan. But, you know, I guess my thought is this aspect is probably working. So how do we go further? So, and maybe it is, we need provincial legislation that allows us to set a time frame that says you can't sit for 20 years on that property. And we saw an evidence of that, which is the Vision Lands. They sat there for years. The city stepped up. You know, Bill Budd did a great job at bringing everyone together. And then through some creativity of we're going to build the road. So if you're one of those property owners that are blocking it, well, we're going to build the road and things are going to happen and so on. So how do we get our heads around creating projects for those vacant parking lots in some cases, vacant buildings in other cases that are destroying neighborhoods? And that's what I'd like to have an answer to, because that's the frustration. I look at High Street as probably a big example of an erosion of a neighborhood. Dominion Park. And you know, you know, between Vaughan Harvey and Victoria Park, Victoria Park is kind of holding things together. So that's what I'd like to know, and I'd like to have some ideas. It may be similar to what Councillor Bourgeois has in mind. Bottom line is, just saying yes or no to this and we're going to go out and buy some property, it's like, well, okay, can we have a plan? And can we take it seriously? And can we have some creativity? Maybe you know, I've often said for High Street in that area, maybe it's a neighborhood plan. Maybe we need, and parts of St. George Street, where, you know what, we take a look at what the possibilities are there. And as a city, we champion, we work with developers, we work with people that own properties. In the meantime, if somebody from Toronto or elsewhere owns a property and they're just sitting on it, well, we need the tools to say, no, you just can't do that. You know, it'll be assessed. Maybe we do it on one-on-one. So I know I'm not asking a question as much as the frustration that we're here and okay, you know, I think we need to go further. And we need to do it faster than we're doing it. I look at St. Bernard's Rectory. That's a fine example of probably the city should have stepped up and purchased that because it was historic in nature. It's been just sitting there. You know, Magisterio will look at that building, and likelihood we may lose the building. I don't know. There's a fence around it now, so it's promising. But as an example, we need to be champions. So how can we be champions in this and move stuff forward? The initiative was a great first step, but it's happening slowly. We need it to happen faster. And how do we do that? And that's, to me, the big question here. And thanks to Councillor Bourgeois and Crosman for bringing it forward. We've talked about it a number of times. There's frustration. And you know, but we keep repeating the same stats. So I'll leave it maybe to, I don't know to whom. The frustration though is that we keep talking about, oh, you know, the percentage of vacant lots in our downtown and it's how representative it is and so on and so on. But we're not really changing the narrative much other than.
Thank you, Roger. I would just provide a small comment to the original question of, is it going fast enough? One thing that we can't forget is there are market conditions that sometimes are outside of our control. But so if you look, for example, at since 2015, in 2015, and I had conversation as part of the Downtown Revitalization Committee, I was included helping out with the whole Downtown Incentive Grant Program. At that time, there was no development at all in the downtown, like very little. There was no residentials, properties being added or so on. The program was created, approved by council, was then extended all into CBD zone. And we saw major developments happen that did not occur. The pandemic happened, then after that, inflation rise dramatically, and interest rates rise dramatically as well. So for example, if you take that 4% increase on that, inflation going from 1.5%, 1.9% to 5% or so on, that can amount to $800,000 more of interest on a project worth $20 million. If it's a project worth more than that, you can just imagine. The other thing I would also comment, and it's not necessarily negative, but the Chamber of Commerce and Bill Hennessy also presented something presented to council last year. The business case is very difficult. So these private developers, it is a challenge for them making the numbers work, right? In terms of hitting the CMHC, which is one of the only areas that they can get low-cost interest funding now with affordable housing units or so on. Now, that being said, things are still getting built. It may not be as fast as we would like, but if we look at it from how our building permit values compared to our comparables across Canada or so on, we're quite strong. And there's only so many players in our market that will get it done. So I'm not answering your questions, but there are other things in play that that are challenging for the development community that I think, that we should be cognizant about. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Merci, Jacques. Conseiller Léger.
Could we look then as well as incentives for small properties, right? What can we do to help? And that's across the board. I mean, if the numbers don't add up, but we would like to have development, how can we help them make the numbers work and work with the provincial government who have subsidies that they're not be able to provide because of a variety of factors? That's what I'm getting at, is we need to be engaged at that level. I think what staff have done, the incentive programs are great. They really are. I think though, now it's a question of, can it go further? It was like we did it for the downtown because we needed to do something in downtown. Well, what about everywhere else? Dominion High, some areas of Mountain Road are as important as well. And they feel quite neglected. And we see it in those vacancies that destroy neighborhoods, right? And we see it in a variety of different factors. So that's the lens I'd like to see, looked on this and try different things. So that would be what I'd like to see, because doing the same thing over and over is not going to necessarily give us a different result. But I appreciate, and I don't take it as a criticism, but okay, numbers aren't working, so what do we do? So, merci.
Merci, Conseiller Léger. Elaine.
Yes, thank you, Conseiller Léger, for that question. I just want to, mention that we are working very hard behind the scenes with developers every day to really try to find ways to make their projects work. So yes, the Downtown Incentive Program is one thing. However, there's many other things that we're doing. You mentioned the vision lands. There's a lot of infrastructure barriers in the vision lands. So for areas like these, we've developed the development charge bylaws, as you're aware. So that's something else that we've done to try to address that. We'll be doing the municipal plan review. That's something else that we can look at in terms of policies. We have our land disposal policy. The land at the corner of Von Harvey and Main Street, as you're aware, was part of that. So that was a major project for the city. We have the Riverfront Development Plan that we're doing as well, that we think is going to spark some new projects along the river. And from the building permit values, I think it speaks for itself, although there are several challenges, as Jacques mentioned. There's a lot happening in downtown Moncton, and it's growing, and we're seeing a lot of very exciting projects. So I just wanted to mention that we are very actively working on this.
Merci, Lynn. Conseiller Bourgeois,
There's no other question?
est-ce que tu as des questions? Est-ce que...
Yes, I'll wait until the end.
Ah, c'est beau, c'est beau. Conseiller Redjet.
Merci, Madame la maire adjointe.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Actually, operate, we would assume that somebody with a parking lot, like there are two large parking lots I'm thinking of downtown, would actually sell the land to the city. So we would propose to the owners of that land that they sell us part of the parking lot or all of the parking lot or whatever. What sort of costs would the city be incurring to, if would it even be for sale? That sort of thing. Something has to be for sale, then somebody has to pay, I would assume, the market price. So what are the chances of the properties that we have in mind, those large vacant areas? Would those developers or owners of land be open to selling? Because we know our downtown property owners, I think, quite well through urban planning. And what sort of price would the city even offer to buy? And where would we get this money? That's the next question I have. And how long would we be prepared to, or what we're going to do with that investment at that time? Like, we have to kind of turn it over fairly quickly in order to make money. And if prices go down, then we would possibly be losing money at the same time, I would think, over a period of 5 or 10 years, perhaps, if it wasn't sold again. So can somebody kind of help me with how it would work?
Thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Edgett. So in terms of high-level cost to do this, it's really, and we just used some recent estimates of square footage values for similar type properties in the downtown, and we used a wide range enough. And we're estimating at a very high level, it would cost between 50 to 68 million to purchase the sites. Now, would as per the motion, right? Would we purchase all sites? I'm not sure. We would see when we get down that path. How it would work, I imagine we would need to make this program a big part of our capital budget. Based off of that, we'd have two options. One would be that this would become a major priority of our city, align it probably with our strategic plan and all of those things. Other projects would potentially have to come off, or we would need to increase our capital budgets significantly to be able to purchase this. Once the capital budget would be increased, we would then go and purchase the properties or try to purchase the properties, and then there could be expropriation or so on. That's how it would go. If these properties are located in the downtown, and this is a challenge of this as well, is that it would take a long time for us to recoup our investment because the downtown incentive program is there as well. So depending on would we sell the property, I believe in the motion is we would give the property for someone who would develop something significant on those properties. The challenge there is outside of the downtown, we would start recouping in 3 to 4 years on that investment, because once the property would be built, we would start getting property taxes. In this case, with the downtown incentive program, we don't get a lot of revenues in the first 5 years, and then after that, we would start collecting. So, I mean, that would be at a very macro level how the program would work. There would be some questions in there, though, in terms of would we reduce the capital budget or not, right? Because that would be a major thing, because if we increase the capital budget, we need to fund the capital budget that is increased. So it's either it becomes an additional priority that's really that is one of our top priorities, or we would need to kind of, let's call it, reclassify our priorities that are already in the 5-year capital budget. So based off of that at the moment, and it would be something that is expensive. I mean, our police station was $60 million. This program would be a little bit more than that, based on our estimates. So that's why for us right now, unless this would revitalizing downtown parking lots would become your top or one of your top 2 or 3 priorities, and council would be willing to kind of reclassify the other priorities. That's why it was difficult for administration to be able to recommend this at this time. But again, it is possible. It is a choice. And it's one that we would certainly facilitate if that would be council's will.
So which department would be doing all the lead work on this and looking after, the actual, there's a lot of steps to take here. Certainly finance, but would urban planning be involved or who else?
Finance, urban planning, legal, and engineering, I would say, would be your departments that would be involved.
And would you need more staff to do that?
With this amount of properties, in terms of being able to, number one, acquire the properties, and then after that, create RFPs to dispose of the properties, it would probably need additional resources for 5 or 10 years to be able to do that, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that information. That's kind of the way I understood it, that it was a huge commitment to our capital budget, and we're not in a position right now to make that kind of strategic decision with planning based on such a large amount of money to be spent. So I can't see myself voting in favor of this motion at this time. Thank you.
Merci, Conseillère Edgett. I have a request for a health break, so before we go back to you, Conseiller Bourgeois, we're going to take a health break. 5 minutes. What's your wish? 10 minutes? Combien long? 5? Okay, c'est bon. Merci.
5 minutes. We will resume the meeting. The next person is Councillor Bourgeois. So there are no other questions.
I only have like 4 questions or comments, but puis en partant, merci au personnel. Okay.
And first of all, thank you to staff. Thank you for your thoughts. We put you in a very difficult position every time we have a resolution like this one. Section 15 forces you to react to political or requests or resolutions. You have your analysis, and then I have to poke holes in it. So please don't take it personally. I'm going to ask my questions. I'm going to be as kind as possible, but it is possible that I will raise my voice because you have led us down a path that we should never have gone down because you didn't ask any questions, but that's not a problem. We'll take it one thing at a time. My question is for Hélène. Our current policies, our strategies and policies are effective. For 8 years, we have reduced the percentage by 6%. This means that our success rate in eliminating surface parking
2013.
So since 2013, so for 12 years, we've been trying to eliminate these little by little. That's in our plan. It's in the motion. But according to you, a reduction rate of 0.75% per year is effective, according to you.
Cette conclusion-là. Est-ce que j'ai raison de dire
Facts before criticizing this finding. Am I right in saying that a reduction of 6% over 8 years, it's an average at 0.75, is effective? Thank you, Councillor, for your question. So to clarify, in regards to the reduction from 30 to 25%, that's for what's in the downtown community improvement plan area, the initial plan. However, the incentive is for a wider area than the downtown. So if you look at the map that's included in the report, well, I'm just quoting your report, your figures. Yes, but I did not indicate the figure for the downtown business improvement area. It would be a larger percentage. So maybe I could do that calculation and send the result to you, but it would be greater because if you look at the graph in the report, there's one in blue and 2 in yellow. It's outside the initial percentage. But even if we added that, it's only 1% per year, which means that it's going to take 30 to 35 years. So personally, I don't think that's effective. So from the start, you're finding, and I mean, you're entitled to your own opinion, but to me, this conclusion is incorrect, is certainly exaggerated, to say the least. And that's why we had a resolution, because 0.75 or 0.92 or 1.06, let's say 1%, that doesn't cut it. Second question, what happened to the hypothesis that it would cost $50 to $68 million? Who is responsible for making that calculation, and how was that information arrived at? This was calculated based on the square footage. Well, I know, but who decided that that's what this motion is going to cost? Well, they did the math, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's the amount associated with the motion. That's the estimated value of all surface parking areas in the downtown area. Yes, but you're going even further. You go as far as suggesting
déjà c'est subjectif, là, a very.
So it is a very subjective.
Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui a pris la peine de me téléphoner pour dire c'était quoi, comme pour répondre à la
Did anybody took the trouble to answer the question and to provide more details regarding the process? Because out of a total investment of $500,000, not 50 to $68 million. So I know where you're taking your figures from, but you're indicating figures that are not even close to what the intended project was. I find it, I wouldn't say dishonest, because I think you have the right intentions, but I think it would be necessary to call the person who arrived at that figure. It would have avoided any confusion, because the total amount of $500,000, and I'm going to explain to you how I arrive at that amount. You take the first lot, $500,000. So I'm throwing this at you, and correct me if I'm wrong, but don't correct me if it's like $450,000. But if it's a $500,000 lot, the city purchases it for $500,000. You make an offer they can't refuse. We buy this lot, and within 2 to 3 years, with maybe $10,000 that we receive because we have a $500,000 dollar lot,
on reçoit 10 000 piastres en impôt.
it gives you about $10,000 in property tax per year. It's not $100,000. So it's about $10,000 a year. So correct me if I'm wrong. But currently, for a $500,000 lot, we receive $10,000 a year in tax revenues. We take this 500,000, 600,000, we're going to purchase that lot. We give it out for $1. We sell it for $1 to the best bidder. And they're going to show up with a building project for $15 or $20 million. So if my math is right, $500,000. Let's take for example a building that would be worth $50 million. Then we'd have. So 50 million is 100 times the $10,000. So $100,000 per year within 4 to 5 years. With the extra tax revenues, the lot would be paid for. The purchase price of the lot would be paid for. But then we have increases year after year following assessments. But then after that, it's profits. And then we can take that money to invest it in the second lot and in a third lot, just with the initial $500,000 purchase price. So maybe it's going to take 20 years or 25 years, but it will be way more effective than with existing policies. So out of an investment of $500,000 in 10 years, let's say we have 10 buildings or 5 buildings that are worth $50 million or $40 million, then we would earn millions of dollars in profits for an initial investment of $500,000. So it all depends on the value of the buildings that are going to be built on the lots.
J'aurais vraiment aimé qu'il y ait quelqu'un.
I would have loved having somebody calling me before hurrying to those conclusions, because I think those figures are quite leading. Third question.
L'intervention du conseiller Légère.
I appreciated Councillor Léger's intervention, who made comparisons with buildings that do not have optimal use. The same logic applies, but just give me one good reason to justify why council should not take a position and send the message to the developers community that we want to eliminate parking areas, surface parking areas. It's been in our urban planning plan for the past 12 years, and we haven't done anything specific in relation to that. We've made every effort to develop from an abstract point of view, but we've never identified any specific targets like we've done with the Turtle Creek Reservoir because we want to protect those lands. We want to acquire those lands because they're not developing as fast as we would like to. In my opinion, this will represent tenfold tax revenues once those parking lots are built, whether it be in 15, 20, or 25 years. The value is going to go up. We want to increase the density in the urban core. This is going to increase bus ridership and the number of people who use the transit network. Because by eliminating flat surface parking, we're going to increase the cost of parking downtown. So it's going to create a certain level of unhappiness. People might end up paying $200 and $250 a month to park downtown instead of $50. But this will make viable building 1, 2, 3 garage parking lots. And this way will incentivize people towards using public transit, all of those benefits. So I understand you. There's the status quo. We are already with 0.07% reduction per year. I mean, it's going to take 40 years to achieve our goals. But with my solution, we could achieve the same objectives within 20 years by increasing 10 times tax revenues. I think it would be a short-term pain, but for a long-term gain. So I will conclude at that. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Councillor Bourgeois. Are there any other comments or questions? Well, I mean, I'm the one responsible for closing debate, right? Based on the procedure. That's why I was waiting till the end. The person who made the resolution has the last word. Thank you very much. So moving on to the vote.
Bourgeois, conseiller Crossman, c'est ça? La motion.
Councillor Bourgeois, Councillor Crossman.
Vote électronique.
Moving on to the electronic vote.
Donc, la motion tombe. Elle est défaite.
The motion is defeated
Merci.
with a vote of 5-5. Thank you very much.
Madame la greffière.
Madam City Clerk.
25D 01BA Westmoreland Street reconstruction. Motion that city contract number W25D 01BA Westmoreland Street reconstruction be awarded to Birch Hill Construction Limited in the amount of $7,198,402.52, including HST, and that the budget for the project be set at $8,300,000, including net HST, engineering, utility, relocation, easement, and contingency. It is also recommended that the contract be drafted and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign said contract and affix corporate seal of the city of Moncton.
Merci, Madame la greffière. Could I-
Thank you, Madam City Clerk.
and conseiller Kingston. Donc, other questions? Oui, conseiller Deschamps.
Merci, Madame la Maire. Just a quick.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Been able to show what the street will look like after. It talks about the landscaping and so on, and so maybe could you just maybe give us an overview of what the street. try that again. So what the street currently looks like and what the improvements will be after this major reconstruction, if you will, if you can.
Thank you for the question, Conseiller Léger. Yes, so the street currently is made of asphalt and concrete sidewalks, and actually there's some sections of sidewalks that are missing today. So first of all, we will actually elevate the street, so a little higher in elevation, which will provide some resiliency when it comes to on-street flooding and sewer backups. That's one of the main concern, I guess, in the area. I guess the travel lanes will remain asphalt. However, the sidewalks will be made of paver stones or paver bricks, similar to the paver bricks that are on Downing Street, just to give a visual. And that will be for the entire sidewalk / boulevard, if you wish. So amenity space. It's quite a restricted right of way, but anything behind the curb will be made of these new kind of paver brick, if you wish. And yes, we did have some renderings which was showed to council prior, but it's a fair point. We probably could have reintroduced them in this CRF, but definitely will have a different look than your typical streets.
So perhaps on the website or somewhere, because I think it's important to show those. Now, it says the construction tends to begin June 23rd. No, yes, that's right. Yeah, and it goes until October 31st. So explain to us, maybe give us an overview of how that affects the market, how it affects the flow, the nationals that use, Atlantic Nationals that use that, just and what the plans are. Please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. It's a full street reconstruction, so there's definitely a lot of work to be done. There is some underground work that needs to happen, some storm sewer extension, renewal of existing sewers, sanitary sewers as well. But the water is in good shape. So I guess in comparison, there's less work to be done than on Lute Street, which was quite the extensive project. There's also some electrical wires that need to go underground, but really less than the extent that we saw on Lute Street. So I think it's going to be a bit more efficient that way. Definitely going to be some impact to the local businesses there and local traffic. However, I'd like to point out that the intersection of Main and Westmoreland will remain open throughout the project, because there's no work to be done on Main Street itself. So it's going to have a lesser impact again than Lute Street, where we had to go through the intersection of Main Street. We did have some conversations with the business owners in the area. We had some great conversation with Shane as well, who relate that schedule with the market. We do have clauses in the tender where the construction needs to cease and the area needs to be accessible for Saturday's market. And also for the events as well. So there are no construction or no work clauses in the contract for that specific. So because we recognize that it's close to our event center at the riverfront. But again, we want to make sure, just a reminder that the intersection of Main at Westmoreland will remain open, and also Main at Assumption will remain open. For the most part, there might be some blending into the intersection that may be required, but there's definitely a lot of clauses in the contract for that effect as well.
Okay, thanks. At a recent meeting of the Downtown Moncton Centreville Link, they have talked about the excellent collaboration with your group and so on. In particular, they were talking about the Main Street portion, but it also came up as a topic of conversation with respect to the impact on businesses. And should the City of Moncton look at some mitigation? And there are some other cities who are doing those types of initiatives. So if I can, through Downtown Moncton, they'd like to share some information and give an idea in terms of what the city could do. Sometimes it can be a simple rent abatement for 3 months. It helps them out because obviously there is an impact on their foot traffic, but we do know that up till a postal strike, we do know that They ship a lot via different modalities because they're on the internet and so on. But it would be helpful so that at the end of our construction, those businesses remain open, because that's really important. Everyone understands that construction has to be done. No one likes it, but so anyway, I've encouraged Patrick from DMCI to come forward with that, and it's certainly something that I think we should look at as a city. I don't think it's a huge amount of money, but it would be helpful, maybe even as a pilot, taking a look at how many businesses there aren't a huge number of businesses involved in these particular projects this year. But when you look at doing all of St. George Street, for example, in the coming years, it could have major impact in terms of a multiplier. So I just want to throw that out there, and hopefully we'll have a conversation that will allow council to consider some of those things. And it could be something that it would, ideally, other cities have let their downtown associations manage that, similar to our program where we gave them funds and they manage facades and so on, because they're their members. But in any event, and I also want to kudos to DMCI for the different signs that they've created. So there'll be very distinctive signs saying that the stores are open en français and en anglais, and I think it will be very beneficial. So.
Thank you.
Those are my comments. And yes, the next time, it's a good news story when we're rebuilding a street, and it's going to look different, and it's going to have a lot more pedestrian-friendly aspects. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Merci.
Merci, Conseiller Léger. Conseiller Richard.
Merci, Maire Esteri.
Thank you, Councillor Léger. Councillor Richard.
You might have already explained this in previous items. The engineer's estimate under financial, does that, is that, I'm taking this from the recommendation, engineering, utility relocations, easements, and contingency. Is that included in that engineer's estimate? It's not mentioned there, but it's only mentioned in the recommendation.
Yeah, thank you for the question. The engineering estimate is really prior to going out to tender and getting the real prices, if you wish. So it's really an estimate to trying to gauge. But really when we bring forward a recommendation to you, it's with the actual tender bid prices, which is typically the lowest bidder. So when we go out to market, and then we receive bids from the contractors. So when we say that from the recommendation that it includes a certain amount, that's based on the lowest bidder price. And then we add the engineering fees. We add, in this case, there's relocation, so there's fees to be had with NB Power, Bell, and Rogers. Obviously, that is not all of that is in the actual general contractor. So those are additional things that we have to account for. But it's really based on the tender price, not the engineering's estimate.
Right, and I understand the added ones into the tender price or whoever's
yes
applying. But when in the engineer's estimate and in, let's say, the budget line in our book, was the engineering, utility relocations, and easements and contingency, was that included in that price? And let's say on the was it budgeted?
I understand the question. So the engineering estimate really is essentially the tender bid, the same items, except it's the project engineer who puts a guess or estimates what the prices will be. So the items are the same. And those items in the bid sheet would not include certain things like engineering fees or utility relocation. It would, however, include contingency. The contingency is actually one item where no one bids on it because it's a set amount and you have to put it in your price.
Yeah.
So it's a combination of things.
Okay, perfect. That's what I was looking for. I know the contingency side is ours.
Correct.
So yeah, that's good. Merci.
Okay, merci.
Merci, Conseiller Richard. Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la maire. Merci, René. Petite question. Pourquoi est-ce qu'on a besoin d'élever Westmoreland?
Oui, merci pour la question. Si vous marchez sur la rue Westmoreland, vous allez remarquer qu'il y a une espèce de dépression qui s'enligne vraiment pas loin de l'entrée du marché.
If you walk on Westmoreland, there's a bit of a hollow, and it creates a sort of a bowl. So when there's heavy rains, it is a place where water accumulates and it takes a certain time for it to evacuate. So given the location, it is a location that's very often flooded. So it's always been under the climate adaptation plan. Like I said, it's part of our plan to better prepare for climate change and mitigating the effects of climate change. Because we always want to try to evacuate the water from the downtown towards the waterfront. So this area is a bit lower than Assumption. So we want to fill the hole basically. The same applies to Robinson. It was done recently. It was corrected recently on Lude Street as well. And the plan shows that we need to raise a section of Assumption because of the old fire station. It's hard to see, but if you walk on the street, you'll see that there's some low-lying areas. And the idea is to raise the streets when there's pre-existing buildings.
Is it just the bowl that will be raised, or is it the whole street from Main to L'Assomption? Well, it will be gradual, because what we want to do is that we want to blend it with Main Street. So Main won't change elevation and Westmoreland won't either. The intersection of Westmoreland and Assomption won't change in the context of this project, but when we're close to these intersections, they are at the same existing elevation, and then gradually there will be a change in elevation that will barely even be perceptible. Like if you're close to Gusto, that restaurant, and it has 3 steps to get up to the restaurant, so there will only be 1 step left. So that's how little we're bringing it up. But you have to realize that there are existing buildings, as I said, and we're really limited in what we can do. The big change will really be about the whole. So from one end to the other, there will be changes until we meet the intersections at the north and the south, but the most noticeable will be what's in the middle. Is there a risk? Because we're going to raise l'Assomption.
Est-ce qu'il y a un risque qu'en élevant Westmoreland, si jamais il y avait...
Is there a risk that by raising Westmoreland, if there was ever a major flood, will that make things more complicated? Will it improve drainage? Will it avoid flooding of those buildings that are now in a new bowl? Because the streets are not part of the bowl, we're going to raise the road and it's going to give us 2 half bowls. Well, I think what we have to mention from the start, when you talk about the event Saxby Gale, so if there is an event similar to that one, it's not raising a road or doing something else. It's not something that will save us. That's a major event. If there's a combination of a big storm and a high tide, there's really nothing we can build that will evacuate this force of nature. But for more minor events, yes, that will help. What you have to know is that if we raise the road, the sewers are still at the same level, so it provides us with the same protection. For l'Assomption, let me tell you more about what's in the plan and what we submitted in the IBA application is to raise the section between Westmoreland and Mechanic Street, close to Downing. So we have another little bowl there. So we're not talking about raising l'Assomption completely in a way that it would create a barrier. We just want to bring it up to the same level as the other streets. So it won't be such a drastic raising. Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Bourgeois. Are there any other questions? Okay. So we're going to go to the vote, electronic vote.
Counselor LeBlanc is absent for the vote.
Est-ce qu'elle est là?
She was absent for the vote, but it was unanimous.
Ok, c'est bon, merci. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
25-004, Event Security Services. Motion that the Moncton City Council approve administration's recommendation to award request for proposal RFP 25-004, Event Security Services to the highest scoring proponent, being 3280404 Nova Scotia LTD, operating as Shadow Securities for a 1-year period with option to extend the agreement for up to 4 additional and 1-year period for a total estimated 5-year. The contract value of $954,566.15, including HST at 15%.
Merci, Madame la greffière. I need a mover and a seconder. Conseiller Kingston moved, Conseiller Butler seconded. Conseiller Butler, do you have a question? Oui.
Just to Mr. Porter, Shane, are you satisfied with this group? You've dealt with them before?
Yes. Actually, sorry, I'm live now.
Okay.
Apologize. Councillor Butler, yes, we've worked with this group many times over the years, and in fact, they were the successful proponent the last time we went to market, so.
Sounds good to me. Thanks.
Merci, Conseiller Richard.
Merci, Ministerio. Another one.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Avenir Center, Magnetic Hill, Concert Site, and Capitol Theater are not included within the scope of this agreement. So we have a separate contract, or how is that working?
Sorry, am I live again? Yes. They do their own contracts in some of those venues mentioned. But actually Shadow Security do all of the security service work at the Avenir within that separate contract. This is primarily for our outdoor events, summer events, things like that. Also Coliseum. We need a great deal of security during trade shows. And I'd just like to point out that the indoor events at the Coliseum, we are reimbursed for those security services. So, you know, the contract looks very large, but we're not paying 100% of all of this service work, but we do have to provide it to our customers at the Coliseum.
Okay, so the Magnetic Hill Concert Site's mentioned, but it's only when we have events there?
Correct. As needed.
As needed. Yeah. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Conseiller Richard. We will go to, if there are no other questions, we will go to the vote. Electronic vote. So motion carried. Merci. Madame Greffière.
Reading of the bylaws. Council has given me permission to read these 2 first readings as they will be posted online at www.moncton.ca. If anyone wishes to see them, they can be sent via email or mail by contacting the city clerk's office. A bylaw in amendment of a bylaw relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton zoning bylaw, being bylaw Z 222-48, zoning bylaw amendment 480 528 Ryan Street, first reading. And the second is a bylaw, an amendment of a bylaw relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton zoning bylaw, being bylaw Z 2-222-46, zoning bylaw amendment 145 East Street, first reading. I need a motion for the second reading for 1430.
So could I have a mover and a seconder for Conseiller Kingston and Conseiller Butler? So
No vote.
we have to go to a vote.
Show of hands.
We will do a show of hands. T'as pas compris, là, Daniel? Avez-
Danielle, have you not understood? Are you voting?
Là, c'est la main levée, oui.
We're doing a show of hands. So this is carried unanimously.
Bylaw reading relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton zoning bylaw being bylaw Z-222.44, 1430 and 1450 Elmwood Drive. And the second reading, I need a motion for the third
I
reading.
need a motion, a mover, conseiller Crossman, conseiller Lévesque. So on the vote, we.
It's electronic,
Come on.
an electronic. vote, This one. Yeah.
Pas drôle, là, c'était après.
For the record, Councillor LeBlanc has been absent for the vote. A bylaw and amendment of a bylaw relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton zoning bylaw being bylaw Z-222.44, 1430-1450 Elmwood Drive, in the third reading.
So I need a mover
Oh,
and a
no,
seconder again. No,
No, now we're in. Notice motion and resolutions. Pause. SPCA Building Reserve Withdraw. As council has received the resolution in their package, as well as the media has a copy, I will not read the entire resolution in the record and require a mover and a seconder.
So you will not read the motion. Okay, so I need a mover and a seconder. Conseiller Kingston, conseiller Richard. So are there any questions? Conseiller Bourge, no, conseiller
Councillor
Léger. Conseiller Butler, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks. My only issue here is, maybe Jock, you can answer this, is that, you know, when we put this money aside, it was for a new building. So now we're kind of drawn out of it. We bought a truck out of it. Now we're gonna start doing repairs. Is that what it is?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Butler. So that is the case. So the original project and scope, from my recollection, and now I wasn't in the seat, the feasibility of that new building did not work for them. So, but we had set aside that reserve for that building, that new building or so on. So that reserve still remains there. There was always conversations with the SPCA, now PA, that when they would need improvements, that reserve would be there. But again, it's at the discretion of council.
Well, I don't, you know, I don't mind them using it, but so I guess with the understanding that, are they gonna be coming back if sometime for a new building, and then we're gonna put more money in? I guess that's kind of like, you know, at that time, there was supposed to be fundraising. There was a lot of things supposed to happen and get a new building, and now, so I'm just wondering, what kind of conversations are you having with them?
So my understanding is that new building is off the table now.
Okay.
So that's what I understand.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Merci, conseiller Butler, conseiller Léger.
Oh, merci, Madame la Mairesse.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Because you indicated in the council report form that we anticipate that due to the age of the building, they will require future funding for the improvements. So there's no question that they need improvements on the facility that they're in. I think what I'd like to see, though, is how can the city help them move a project together and put it together and move it forward? I mean, this was how many years ago? I can't remember off the top of my head, but several years ago that they came before us and they were moving it forward. So I think it's not what we intended the money to be. We didn't intend to do renovations. I guess I would have liked, before we enter into allowing the 200,000, that we'd have a better understanding of what the scope of the future looks like for this building. right? It may have solid walls and it may be on a solid footing and it may require, I don't know, $500,000 at the end of the day, and it may be very well worth it and they can do it, but I don't know that. But I do know that they probably require the ventilation systems and the stuff to be upgraded. So I don't know if we could table this for 2 weeks to allow you to go back and give us a little more information in terms of like a long-term plan. I mean, I think that we owe it to we owe it to the taxpayers, but more importantly, I think we know, they need to care for the animals, so we need to make sure that that happens. But I think we should be a partner in this. They seem to be our animals that are in our community seem to be their largest client. So I don't know what that would sound like, and it would give us some time to have some clarity in terms of what the future looks like and sort of the viability of it. What would you think, Jacques?
No, so this was, to your point, like even when they originally approached us for more of the funds to do more of it, like kind of those questions, those were some of the questions that I had as well. So when discussing with Greg, who was in discussion with Paul, that's why I kind of like pushed back a little bit. Okay, well, let's reduce it and let's bring it to council, and then council will see how it fits. So if it is to postpone and get more information, that's certainly not, it's reasonable, and we can do that, and we can indicate to the Paul organization to just provide us a clearer picture of the short to medium, long term of what it looks like to get for council to get more certainty before making a decision. So
because the commitment is there. I mean, we've spent, or 60,000 has been taken out of the 375, but there remains 315. And if indeed there's a solid plan and it looks great. So I would like to do that. I mean, I think Councillor Bourgeois has a question. So before I ask to postpone, maybe, would you demander la question? Wait. So I'll just wait, but that would be my thought process. Thank you.
C'est Bourgeois.
Councillor Bourgeois. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Léger, for your patience. I have a few questions. We don't own the building, but we are trying to improve the facility because it's the only way for the organization to survive without this grant. I would say that it's one option, the other being that they could potentially apply for increased fees with municipalities and users to try to finance the difference, but maybe they knew that we had funds set aside to support them, so that's where the request comes from. Well, this brings me to my next question. Does PAWS receive funding from other municipalities to upgrade their facility? I asked Greg to ask the exact same question, and based on the information received, in this case, they've only applied to us and donations to the foundation. I mean, there's two other municipalities, Riverview and Moncton. Does PAWS service other municipalities? Yeah, maybe half a dozen municipalities, maybe 3 other in addition to the 3 municipalities here. Do all municipalities pay fees for service? Do they provide operating funding? Based on my understanding of this request, I don't think it's the case. I don't think other municipalities have funds set aside for that purpose, but it amounts to the same. So in this case, I fully agree. Maybe we need additional information. So another option, because you talked about options, I like the fact that we're not limited by this framework. I remember about 12 years ago, the Moncton Minor Football Association came before City Council. They had a major upgrade of their facilities where all of the equipment is located. at Rocky Stone Field. It's a lot that belongs to the municipality, but the buildings belong to them. So we paid for the buildings and they built it and they repaid us over 10 years. So I don't think it was a significant, I don't think it was a huge amount, but that's the reason why they had to increase their fees significantly and that they had to apply fees for service. So one of the options would be to ask them how they would react if we gave them the $300,000 that they need with a repayment plan, interest-free. I mean, that's an option that could be viable. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Bourgeois, Councillor Léger. Thank you. But for sure, we need to take into account the fact, the percentage that we represent for the organization in terms of their funding. But the rest of the 100% is for other municipalities. So if other municipalities do not want to embark on the plan like we do, well, maybe this should be reflected. So we are treated on equal footing.
Indicate that, you know, as council, we're, you know, we do care. We have the funds there. But we want to make sure that there's something sustainable longer term, and how we, you know, are going to do that. So I think I would move a motion to postpone and get more information and bring it back at the next meeting.
So, Councillor Bourgeois, you will second the motion, and that's not debatable, is that correct? C'est bon. Merci. Donc, je pense que ça termine la réunion.
I think this concludes our session, Councillor Richard.
Oh, faut voter, même si, okay.
Oh, we need to move to vote.
Electronic, there's an electronic
Okay.
vote we can use.
So we're going to reread the motion.
Donc, la motion, c'est, the motion is to postpone. So is it electronic? Oui? So motion passed. C'est ça? C'est beau. Merci à tous. Merci, Conseiller.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Councillor Richard. The meeting's adjourned.
Je pense on se sent pareil tous les deux.